we go. It's strong till dawn, up all night till the morning comes. We love it so we go. It's strong for more. Let's get it on and rave all night long. We're the party pioneers. We won't bring the fire when we go for a ride. Party pioneers. Things are going well, 'cause we are the party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. So come on, let's keep the fire burn. The night's not over, there's no return. Only love, it's all we need to know. Together we'll shine like stars in the sky. Oh, we go. Ooh, we'll join. Oh, we go. Who's in for more? We're the party pioneers. We will bring the fire when we go for a ride. Party pioneers. Things are going well, 'cause we are the party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. We will bring the fire when we go for a ride. Party pioneers. Things are going well, 'cause we are the party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers. The night is young, we go. It's strong till dawn, up all night till the morning comes. We love it so we go. It's strong for more. Let's get it on and rave all night long. We're the party pioneers. We won't bring the fire when we go for a ride. Party pioneers. Things are going well, 'cause we are the party pioneers. Party pioneers. Party pioneers.
Okay, enough of party pioneers, but hello everybody. Happy Tuesday. How's everybody doing today? Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. I had my water bottle in hand, waiting to take a sip because I knew you were going to redeem it. Hello, Bellamy. How are you doing today? But hello everybody. Hello, Simon. How are you? Hello, Dag. Hello, high tech. Hello, Bellamy. How are you guys doing? Oh man, I am sorry I'm late. I got put on hold for like 20 minutes by doctor's office just to reschedule an appointment. So, yeah, my procrastinator ass decided to just be like, hey, let's do this like 10 minutes before stream starts. It's fine. Yeah, no, it was not indeed fine. It's becoming a motor reflex. Yes, this is how like motor reflex is for me, consistently apologizing. I apologize when there doesn't need to be any reason to apologize. That's just how it goes. But yeah, so I hope everybody is doing well today. I'm doing alright. I'm just a bit tired. I mean, the last couple of days have kind of been a bit of a whirlwind. So the whiplash has been not so much fun, but you know, it's all good. I will get over it. It'll be okay. But yeah. But yes, it is Tuesday, so you all know what day that is. day it is. It's Subpar Narration Tuesday with the Fruit of Grisaia. We are on our final route of this visual novel before we actually get to maybe jump into a different game. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play yet after, like, this is all said and done. Because, like I said, I've been at this with this visual novel since, like, what, May of this year? So, it's been a hot minute. I honestly expected to be through it a lot quicker, but you all know how I am. I like to yap, especially when it comes to specific things that go on in this visual novel. And some of the silly things that have the tendency to happen quite frequently with it too, so. Oh man. But yeah. I'm still tired. I did not get enough sleep last night. So if I sound kind of bleh, that's the reason why. But hopefully things are better today for everybody, because it hasn't exactly been the greatest last few days, so. But yeah. You know what? I just realized, Dag, with you doing that, I forgot to put the dragon on my just chatting screen. I just realized that when you did the redeem to breed chaos. Now there's no telling what it's going to look like now.
Cannot quit. Your request has been denied.
Quit. Just because I forget something means you can't quit.
In 365 years.
I just realized a typo I made in
us.
my my going live
Kitten.
notification. No, it doesn't. That is not justification for you to quit. What are you talking about? You're not allowed to quit. None of us are, not even myself. I just realized I still need to take my beetroot capsules and my potassium. What about chimkin rice? No, I took my meds at 11:30. And then I proceeded to fall back asleep for like 30 minutes. Can he go on strike though? It's not really going to do much of anything. Hey Flies Feather, how are you? How was your breakfast this morning since, you know, you're all the way in Taiwan? So it's like really late for you right now. Rioting does not equate to striking, okay? No, Dag. No. But yeah, for those that were here yesterday, I finally did figure out what was going on with the double ups of the shoutouts. What? Wow, you're gonna strike by bonking me on the head? Rude. Oh man. Wait, the power? It's a strike to the head. That's just rude, sir. Why would you want to go and do that? Retaliation! I really need to move, like, gifts and stuff to the center of my screen instead of off to the right side. Violence isn't always the answer. Man, I can't do FPS games. I was actually discussing this in Mira's chat last night while she was streaming, and I'm just like, I can't do FPS games. And it's not necessarily because I myself am a toxic person, but it's just like the people that play brings out the toxicity in me, and then I will say things that I will probably end up regretting. So what? Yeah, Mandals and FPS games just don't mix. And not only that, but it's a clear skill issue because I just suck with them. But if I suck with them and I'm surrounded by toxic people, yeah, no. What does Wesker do awesomely? Violence. What does Chris do to boulders? Violence. What color is Dag's soul? Violence. Yes, that's always the answer. Violence is not a color, though. What are you talking about? If violence was a color, what color would it be? And don't say black because black is not a color. That is a shade. It has to be a color, Dag. What color is your soul? We have a Simasage in chat. Those are still shades. I'll accept it though. At least you're not saying black or white because those are actual. Yeah. Don't mind me. I was finishing up my 7-Up. Yes, I have a new addiction and it's a freaking cherry flavored 7-Up. I can't help it. It's really good. Even if it is 0 sugar. Dag Soul is neon green and burnt sienna. Oh my god. Exactly. Black is absent of light, while white is absent of color. Exactly. That's why it's on a spectrum. And that's why any color that mixes with it is consistently called a shade. Whoops. I may or may not have closed the tab on Sid's stream since I like to lurk in his streams when I'm streaming myself. Whoops! I moved away from it. It's okay though. We got this. It's all good. But yeah, I can't be yelled at for not eating. I have eaten today. I had lunch, and I just ate a cupcake while I was waiting for ad break to finish. So yeah, I can't yell at me for not doing that. I hope everybody else here has eaten something at least today. And by something, I mean it better be like 2 or 3 meals, or else I'll end up kicking somebody's ass. Dag. I mean, what? Oh, sorry. Hi, Tech. Yes, Simon. Hi. Oh, this dog. I did not get the chance to make my bed. He's trying to burrow underneath it, and I don't want him to. He knows better, and he's still trying. Please sign the petition for Ben to get a Barney. The dino onesie. Oh. I don't even need to sign a petition. I'll show up to his stream chat and just be like, hey, Ben, when's the Barney stream? When's the Barney onesie stream? Hey, hi, Tech. I know you had some french fries today, but was that the only thing you've eaten today? Like, I know you have consistently bad stomach issues, but... Okay. What else have you eaten today? Hmm? You had Chinese food? I'm jealous. What kind of Chinese food did we have? I swear, it's probably gonna be like sesame chicken or some shit. I bet you any amount of money is gonna be sesame chicken. Kebab, potato, and cheese. Okay, I'll accept that. At least you're attempting to eat more. Sesame chicken and beef and mushroom. I called it! It just wasn't 3 meals. I mean, I can't really give you any flack. I only eat like mostly 2 meals a day myself too, unless there's like an off chance I wake up earlier. Then yes, I will eat 3. Most of the time though, I only eat 2. And even then, I don't eat as much as I used to because my appetite's just like shot, so. But, you know, it's all good. If I ate 3 meals in the time I was awake, it would have messed. Yeah, I was gonna say, because with the time frame that you wake up at, it's just gonna mess with your stomach. You know, sometimes I only eat 1 meal. I mean, realistically, it just depends, but if it's something that's like under your daily caloric limit, I would suggest eating more than 1 meal per day, but I can't really like give you too much flack because, like I said, I don't eat as much as I know I should, or eat as much as I used to, so it's kind of hard to gauge how many calories I'm eating unless I like track everything. And even then, that just becomes obsessive behavior that I really don't want to delve back into because it's very restricting. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for anyone. But yeah, I like really sat back and thought about my talk that I had yesterday before I started at Pokemon. I honestly I honestly feel really bad for the way I worded things, but at the same time, I know I shouldn't because that's kind of how I was feeling in the moment. So I don't know. I feel like the way that I may have worded it or like the tone of voice I used might have come off as being harsh, but it's just like, no. I should not feel guilty for it. Why are we summoning the Nikki? Why are we summoning the Nikki? I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. I ate my lunch. I like one of these like little snack tray thingies that has had like chicken salad in it with a couple pieces, like small pieces of like baguette bread, some grapes, and like a couple of scoops of pasta salad. And with that, I had a banana and some unsweetened applesauce. That was my lunch. I swear, sometimes the way I describe things, it's like I eat like a child. But I like a variety of things. I can't I can't stick to the same things consistently. I just like variety and things like that. But I think we're ready to pop back into some more Fruit of Grisaia. Let me go ahead and open this up so that we can go ahead and get started. Let me see, where is it? I scrolled down too far. Yes, I'm honestly looking forward to Resident Evil 2 on Saturday or Friday. Wait, what? Oh, there's a Dinkum update too? Okay, I guess I'll do that after stream as well. You want some banana pudding? Are we talking like banana, like classic banana pudding? Or are we talking like banana pudding dessert where it's just like it's layered with vanilla wafers, banana pudding, and then sliced bananas, and then whipped cream? Okay, let's swap back on over here. We'll put display capture up. Game capture, yeah, because my family has like this banana trifle recipe where they take like one box of banana pudding and then another one of vanilla and mix that. But you layer it like a trifle where you put vanilla wafers on the bottom and then the pudding, sliced bananas, whipped cream, vanilla wafers, and keep layering it like that with a whipped cream topping on top. But meringue actually sounds really good. Yeah, you might want to do that high tech. If the skin's darkening, what you can do is, well, actually, you know what? I don't think you like to do stuff like that, but you can actually mash it up and use it for like either like smoothies or making like protein pancakes too. You can do that. Or you can get them while they're that dark and then just freeze them and use them for like anything else that you want to. I don't know. Or just eat them. No. There's a lot of different things that you can do with bananas like that, so. I do sometimes make smoothie with those. Yeah, it's really good. Especially, or banana bread too. Yeah, right now it's like really late for you too. Let me go ahead and shrink myself down a little bit. We're gonna use our blanket again. I swear, blankets have been a mainstay on this channel for like the last couple of streams. I mean, it is fall, so you know it's blanket season. We need blankets, especially for reading a visual novel, right? Bananas are healthy food. My grandma forced me to eat them when I was young, so I hate them now. Oh, she forced you to? Yeah, I don't blame you. That's the way my grandmother was when it came to certain like vegetables and stuff, with like turnips and rutabaga and stuff like that. No. I did not like the taste or texture of any of it, and anytime she would force me to eat it, I would get sick. Game audio. Let me make sure this is up so that way we're not, you know, missing out on audio going off. There we go. Okay, so that was the end of Michiru's routes. This is the start of Yumiko's. Oh, right. Yumiko got kidnapped by the girls instead. Right from under Yuji's nose. And now they're in the midst of this, this quote-unquote meeting. Oh, this poor girl. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Oh, yeah, they were discussing, like, Yuji's stalkerish behavior. Just to find out, he was hired as a bodyguard by his company. Right? Are you sure you're a trained bodyguard, Yuji? You kind of let 4 other girls get away with capturing somebody that you should have been keeping an eye on. Right under your nose.
ありえるのよさ。お兄ちゃんのあのインチキな体力と年齢に見合わない経験は、そういう修羅場をいかにもくぐって
I
そう
love
な
their
のよ。
chibis though, it's adorable. Oh yeah, that's right. I went through that pack of gum yesterday. Love one more, hang on. I have to chew on gum when I stream now because my mouth gets really dry sometimes.
何やだそれ。私逮捕されたらどうしよう。
He's a bodyguard, not a police officer. No worries, Simon. I hope you sleep well, okay?
まだ警察官だと決まったわけではありませんよ。なんだチルチル、もう飴舐め終わったのか。舐めるの早いな。舌力強い。
What the hell, Makita? You already done sucking that sucker? You must be one hell of a liquor girl. Nice tongue pout. What the hell? You know, I'm actually better at understanding Japanese than English.
Happy birthday!
Nago, are you on your lunch break right now? I mean, I can understand some of it, so it's just like sometimes when the translations don't equate to what it is that they're actually saying, I don't know how to react.
ちょっと、人がいかにもうまいような言い方しないでよね。あと、警察ってマジなの？みんな怖くないの？逮捕するってユージが言ったら一巻の終わりなのよ。ねえ。
Well, last time Yumiko got captured by the girls under Yuji's nose, despite the fact that he's supposed to be a bodyguard for her. And now they're sitting back and questioning her because they want to know why Yuji's doing what he's doing, because they were under the premise that he was a stalker. But they found out, oh hey, he's a bodyguard. And now they're wondering, what the hell is this guy's job and why is he doing it?
さっちゃん、口。
Nago, I know what time it is. This is usually when you have your lunch break. Liam, thank you for the 3-stream streak. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Yeah, Makina's being Makina by dropping lewd jokes.
はい。みちる様、サンドイッチをどうぞ。
Oh my god.
チルチルってうまいのか。こりゃユミちゃんもうかうかしてられねえよな。ユミちゃんの得意な技って何？
Oh my god. What is this?
あなたの質問には一切答えるつもりはないけど、それ以前に私と風見くんはそういう関係じゃないし、そもそも興味もないんだから関連づけるのはやめてくださらないかしら。
They will never stop with the vulgar insinuations.
おいおい、このお客さんまだ白切る気ですよボス。
I rest my case, especially with Makina.
悪いけど姉ちゃんがあいつに惚れてるってネタは山ほど上がってんだかんな。
What proof do you have, Makina?
もうそっちの話しちゃうの？急じゃない？
いいって、もうゲロってもらいやしょうぜボス。
I can't
こ
with
の
this
まま
girl.
ノラクラと世間話の延長やってたとこで、この姉ちゃんの口はちっとも開きそうにねえし。
Oh my god.
ボスって何よ。
Just chilling out?
いいわ。
That's awesome.
じゃあ始めよっか。第2部。何？
You
ね、だ
know,
って
out of all the routes we've done,
Nani,
only
but
2 of them
Nani.
had any level of just like this happening, like what, twice? Except this one is with ropes. The other one wasn't. We have a tag in chat.
例のものを床にぶちまけてやんな。
はい。それ。
Oh no.
これは
Oh no.
クーデレユミちゃん、出れ始めるのず。
Oh no.
私の写真。
Kudere?
いつの間にこんな。
Oh no.
これは寮の入り口ですね。出かけようとする榊さんを捉えました。 息を吐きながらも少し前に立っている風見さんの姿を目で追って
Oh my god, these girls, what the
少し
hell?
眠いのでしょうか。
How's work going for you though,
何気ない
Nago?
表情です。口も半分ほど開いていますね。
Really?
何を失礼な。ロープをほどきなさい。あと写真を。そしてこれは河川敷から帰る最中。少し後ろを歩く風見さんの方を横目で見ながら物憂げな表情を浮かべています。
They were being stalked by a group of people. Of course she's gonna look over her shoulder. I mean, he's her bodyguard. She just was leery of him. Hello?
この顔の赤さは決して夕焼けのせいだけではない。それは
Oh my god, they're so delusional.
やめなさい。やめ。これはつい先日撮影されたものですが、
Oh my god.
体に触れようとしているのに触れられないもどかしげな様子が中途半端に伸ばされた手の様子に見て取れます。
Y'all need to get laid. You wouldn't have this problem.
何よりもこの表情見てください。もはやことが済んでしまったかのような。
Oh my god. I feel so sorry for Yumiko. Oh yeah, you did catch the tank. Congratulations.
お分かりの通り、これはもう恋する乙女の顔ですね。実際この写真以外にも撮影者によっていろいろと証拠は握られているわ。
Oh my god. Who was your investigator then, huh?
指揮者に見せればもう関係結んでてもおかしくないでしょうってコメント来るでこりゃ。
Oh my god, Makina. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. I needed to slide over a little bit more since I realized that my model was covering up some of the text, so
何
my bad.
何悪巧みのこと。みちる様、いつまでもそのようなみちる様でいてくださいね。だからなんなのよそれって。私マジでわかんないんだけど。口。
Like the oh my god.
はい、みちる様、ジュースです。まあともかくこれだけすでにネタは上がってんの。
Are they just gonna keep stuffing food and her drinks in her mouth until this whole thing's over?
認めなさい。あなたは風見雄二に惚れてる。間違いないわね。
I just don't understand the meaning of needing to do an interrogation like this, especially, you know, being tied to a chair.
卑怯よ。あなたたち卑怯だわ。こんな隠し撮りしてまで私のことを笑い物にしたかったの。
I really don't blame her for being upset though.
私だってコミュニケーションを取ろうとしなかったし、あなたたちとも距離を置いて生活はしていたけど、だけどそれにしてもこうなるって。え？いや、笑い物にする気とかないんだけど。
Then you could have just fucking approached her.
いや、だから最初にも言ったじゃない。
Oh my god. Y'all are desperate for freaking gossip, I swear.
もし榊さんとユージがそういう関係とかだったら、私たちが変に邪魔しちゃうと悪いからさ。むしろちゃんと確認した上で陰ながら応援でもできればって思ってたのよ。
Just a theory, huh?
申し訳ありません。どうしても外側から見る限りでは確証が持てなかったので、少々荒っぽい方法ではありましたが、ご本人に確認を取らせていただきました。
A little rough? You got her tied to a chair after you used chloroform to knock her out. A little?
これでユミコがユージに対してどう思ってるのかが分かったし、それならそうとして動きやすくはなるよね。
まあこれ見せてどういう反応すっかみんな楽しみにはしてたけどな。
Oh my god.
てなあまね
けなの、榊さん。
Mm-hmm.
そうなの。わかった。
Oh boy. She's not happy at all. She's about to flip her freaking lid some more.
わかってもらえたのなら OK。
Oh, when you think you're safe, trust me, you're not.
でもやっぱりその気遣いは無用よ。
I think you're the hydrate head tech.
え？だって私から風見くんへの気持ちなんて所詮は一方通行だから。ユミちゃん、風見くんに聞いたのよ。なんでそうまでして守ってくれるのかって。そしたら返ってきた答えは仕事だから。
They're pushing this into a very, very different form of context that they're trying
まあ
to...
当然よね。
Oh my god.
そういう経緯でもない限りは私みたいなののために体張って守るなんてありえないもの。でも嬉しかったのよ。今まで誰かに守ってもらったことなんて一度もなかったから。たとえ仕事とはいえ自分を守ってもらえるってだけですごく嬉しかった。
I'm under the impression that she's only giving them what they want to hear so that way she gets out of this sooner.
風見くんには迷惑な話でしょうけどね。自分でもこの感情が何かなんてわからないし、どうしたらいいかもわからないわ。今はせめて風見くんの体を言葉で気遣うぐらいしかできない。それもまあ
Or maybe
一方
not.
通行みたいだけど。榊さんはさ、誰か好きになったこととかないの？
Really, Money? Really?
あるならこんなカッターを振り回す不愛想な女になってはいないわ。
I mean, she's not wrong.
ごめん、辛いこと聞いちゃったわね、私たち。別にいいわよ。元から滑稽な話だもん。まあでもそうとなればあの鈍感には少しぐらいは榊さんの魅力について教えてあげないといけないわよね。よーし。
Good luck. Good luck.
だな、ユミちゃん基本的にガタイは抜群だし、ケツでも振れば一発なのよさ。
What the hell, Makino? Stop it.
だから
Wait, are they just leaving her there in the Oh my god, they are.
はい、全くその通りだと思います。風見さんは自らの前に置かれた最上のスウェーデンに早く気づくべきですし、
Oh my
それも
god.
また食べてもらいたいと望んでいるわけですから。ご飯の準備なんていつ終わったの？ねえ、サチ。ちょっと、だからあなたたち何かとんでもないことを風見くんに言うつもりじゃ。
And you're still stuck in the chair by yourself and tied down recently. Yep.
言っちゃった。
Oh yeah, they are so gone.
で、私は一体いつこれをほどいてもらえるの？
Never. Oh my god, this poor girl. Hmm.
風見くん、
Uh-oh. Hmm? What's wrong?
じろじろと人の体を見るのやめてくれないかしら。
Right, my apologies. A certain individual directed me to observe you more carefully, you see. Couldn't go about it any other way. I feel like we forgot something. If we forgot it, it wasn't that important. Poor Yumiko.
そのとある人物について詳細を聞かせてもらえないかしら。
Sorry, but I've been sworn to silence.
ならば誰が絡んでいるのかは一切話さなくていいわ。その中止する部分や内容について詳しく聞かせていただけないかしら。
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, High Attack. You're not wrong about that in the literal sense. Not sure that would be such a good idea either. I have a feeling the answer might irritate you somewhat. Dang it, I can actually increase my size. There we go. Ugh. Okay. We're gonna do this, I guess. There we go. It does not like to tab out properly because I have so many freaking programs open. But if you're really that interested in hearing someone else's groundless speculation regarding your physical characteristics...
いいわ。それで十分理解したから。
Was it? I see. In that case, I'll continue my observations.
理解したからってあなたがジロジロ見ることにまで許可を与えたつもりはないわよ。
That's so? My apologies.
まったく。協力どころか結局笑い物にしてるだけじゃないの。
Poor Yumiko. What's with the heavy sighs?
なんでもないわよ。
It's obviously something you're reacting that way.
なんでもないわよ。もう
What on earth is going on around here anyway? We will never know.
どういうことだこれは。
Oh, he's big mad.
おっしゃった通りのことを実行しているまでですが。
とてもそうは思えないのだがね。私は由美子の気持ちを変えるために自作自演を行って身の危険を演出することにした。そうあなたには伝えたつもりだ。
You know, for somebody who is a head figure of a company and stuff, you're kind of dense. You wanted Yuji to bodyguard her. She feels protected and safe. How exactly is she going to feel she's in danger when her bodyguard is with her at all times?
認識しております。
Like, what?
ところがどうだ。実際はあなたの飼い犬が危機を演出するどころか、うまい具合に失敗しなければいけないボディーガードを完璧に実行している。そんなことでは、由美子の気持ちは実家にではなく、その飼い犬の方に向くのは明白ではないか。
作戦は徹底しております。ですが、私どもは探偵や役者ではありませんので、そんな細かいところまで空気を読んで行動すること等は不可能です。
スパイ活動も平然と行うような赤坂絡みの犬がそんなことを言ったところで信憑性のかけらもない。
Wow.
ともかく、もはや君たちを信頼することはできん。
Oh boy, we're going down the route of drastic times call for drastic
その
measures.
風見雄二とかいう犬をすぐに作戦の前線から排除し、今後は一切関わらないように通達したまえ。
Oh yeah, I think that's where this is going now.
承知いたしました。
Welp. What was that?
言った通りよ。聞こえたでしょ。
The return call from JV I'd been waiting for has finally arrived, but instead of the information I wanted, she's brought me a whole new world of trouble.
聞こえなかったのならもう一度言うわ。風見雄二、機関の榊由美子護衛の任を解き、今後は一切本作戦に関わらぬよう通達する。
Well, it's a little late for that. We're gonna involve ourselves anyway.
今度こそ聞こえた？
Yeah. I don't have the slightest clue what's going on here. First, they dumped the job of guarding my classmate on me without even providing half of the details. Now they cancel it just as abruptly, even ordering me to stay out of the matter entirely. You're not going to tell me the reason?
本作戦においてはその通りよ。
Oh my god. JV.
ダメ。今回ばかりはどう甘えても教えられないの。いろいろな事情が重なっててね。ユージにもわかるでしょ？なんだか気な臭い話だってことぐらいは。
Do those circumstances have something to do with the bizarre behavior of the people attacking Sakaki for the last week?
答えられないんだってば。
No matter how you look at it, their attack plan is just absurd. They're unbelievably sloppy and they don't learn from their mistakes, almost as if they're handicapping themselves. It's completely unnatural in every respect.
あのね、ユージ。
Also, you just told me not to involve myself with this operation going forward. Seems a little overblown to refer me refer me to guarding Sakaki as an op, wouldn't you say? Come on, JB.
私からは何も言えないわ。ただ、本作戦に関わるなというのは正当な命令よ。
I see. So there really is something worthy of being called an operation going on here.
いるわよ。
Thanks, JB. I love you.
こんなタイミングで言われても嬉しくないわよ。
With this grumpy farewell, she abruptly hangs up on me. After gazing at the cell phone as it emits a droning dial tone for a moment, I snap the device shut and slide it back into my breast pocket. There's no doubt that someone's arranging these threatening movements in Sakaki's vicinity. I'm fairly confident that it's not a simple matter of some group of criminals looking to carry her off for some financial objective. This is clearly something much more complicated. But at the current stage, all I've got to work on are the scraps of information JB gave me. Worse, I was just pulled off the job itself. Orders from the main office are absolute. I'm no longer Sakaki's bodyguard. That's a fact, and there isn't a thing I can do about it. However, the girl's clearly in some form of danger. I'm not willing to overlook that, no matter what my employer expects of me. Sakaki's not a stranger to me anymore. Not to say that I've developed feelings of the sort that would entertain our voyeuristic dorm mates. I almost said dormmates. She's a classmate and someone I've spent a lot of time with lately, that's all. But at the very least, I don't intend to just abandon the girl when she needs my help. Anyway, an operation, huh? JB's clearly under professional obligation not to divulge the details. By making that so clear, however, she gave me crucial grounds for speculation. Most likely, the decision to remove me was made over JB's opposition, but she couldn't provide any information about that either. In other words, people she can't discuss with me are involved in the planning. The strange behavior of the assailants, my sudden dismissal, and this mysterious operation. Every major clue I have suggests this is going to become a huge pain in the ass. For the time being, I guess I'll report in to Sakaki. When I give Sakaki the rough outline of the situation, her face fills with a surprisingly clear expression of dismay. It was just decided today. They gave me official notice by phone, so I'm already off the job. Well, there goes her only form of protection now. Sorry about following you around all this time. It was my job, so I didn't have any choice. Think you can forgive me?
別に許すだなんて。
Sakaki's tone of voice suggests she couldn't care less about that particular detail at the moment. I'm sure you're aware, Sakaki, but just because I've been pulled from this assignment doesn't mean the threat has passed. From now on, you need to be keeping a watchful eye on your surroundings whenever you go out. Constantly monitor everything that's going on within a 30-meter radius for signs of danger. Also, I've been removed from my position as her bodyguard, but they didn't restrict me from lecturing her to prepare for future threats. Not that they would have approved if I'd asked for permission, of course. That's part of the reason I didn't press JB too hard for specific details. So that's the basic outline, but Sakaki? Sakaki? Oh, the zone outs. Fun. That's no good. You really need to listen to me this time, alright? After all, next time something happens, you're going to be the one protecting yourself.
そうよね。
I patiently repeat my self-defense lecture from the top. Not sure if the girl's actually listening this time, but she's certainly got a serious expression on her face. Seems to be thinking something very intently. That's all I have to say. I finished my explanation. Deciding to wrap this up for the moment, I look straight into Sakaki's eyes and continue. From now on, we'll be back to just classmates. Sakaki doesn't offer a clear reaction, far from typical. Deciding not to stretch this out, I turn my back on her and begin to walk toward my room. At a bare minimum, I've told her what to watch out for. She'll probably be on guard for a while, and I'm planning to keep an eye on her from a greater distance than before, providing coincidental help when necessary. In some respects, this should actually make it easier for me to take action compared to when I was specifically acting as a close protection bodyguard. I don't know if JB read this far ahead when she dropped those hints over the phone, but for the moment I think I've reached a respectable compromise solution that doesn't violate the letter of my orders. But my satisfaction proves short-lived.
待って。
Just as I'm taking my second step, she calls out to me from behind. Hmm? When I turn back, Sakaki's still facing me. She stands with her legs spread wide, her head hanging slightly, not far enough to hide the intense anguished expression on her face. Both of her hands are clenched tightly into trembling fists. 10 odd seconds of silence pass before she finally opens her mouth to continue.
風見くん、あなた、私を守ってくれてたのは仕事だから。
Yeah? Hello?
そう言ってたわよね。
Yeah, that I did.
そう、わかったわ。それじゃあ
She swallows softly, then looks me in the eye.
私、あなたを雇うわ。護衛として。
Oh, damn. Loopholes! And just like that, Sakaki Yumiko is fired right back with a complete surprise of her own. Say what?
聞こえなかったのかしら。ならばもう一度言うわ。
Taking a page out of a certain shaggy-headed blonde's book, Sakaki repeats herself, clearly enunciating every syllable.
あなたを私、榊由美子の護衛として雇います。
Well, this is one way to say nope, you aren't getting out of it. Exactly, Dag, exactly. This is about the last thing I was expecting. Didn't Sakaki hate having me following her around all the time? Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not self-employed though, so the orders have to go through the boss, so this is kind of like an underhanded method of her, like, wanting him to stay with her. Because like I said, she's like, she feels protected around him, and having that taken away, this is a consideration that she had to come to, so it's like, no matter what happened, she just doesn't give a shit. She just wants him there. To be sure, she softened up noticeably over the last week or so. When I was lately wounded in the course of duty as her bodyguard, she even showed some honest concern on my behalf. That said, the girl always had fundamental problems with the nature of my protection. I'd approached this on the assumption she disapproved of being guarded in the first place. Are you serious?
私が冗談を言えるような人間ではないことぐらい、あなたも分かっているでしょう。
Me either, Sakaki, me either. Under the circumstances, I couldn't help wondering. But anyway, I'm pretty damn expensive. You sure about this?
普段無駄遣いをしていないから貯金はあるの。そうでなくても、どこかの誰かがそういうものには不自由しないようにしてくれているわ。
Just saying, if she happened to be constantly within his proximity, he cannot be blamed. Exactly! Exactly. Like, did they not think that there would have been, like, some form of loophole around this? They're classmates. He's going to be around her so often. It's like, you don't want him to be an active duty, like, bodyguard, but that doesn't keep him from being around her because they're classmates. They live in a dormitory together. It's just like, how do you go about that? It's just like, really? Perhaps because it's not money she earned herself, Sakaki's tone of voice takes on a hint of self-ridicule. At any rate, it seems perfectly clear that this is no joke. She really means it. Alright then, I'll accept that request.
そう。ありがとう。では早速、これから以前のようによろしく頼むわね。
Compared to a minute before, Sakaki's expression seems to have regained a bit of vigor. You alright with me approaching this the same way as before?
ええ。
Oh, hey Leonard, how are you?
それがどうかしたのかしら。
The Holy Anime Girls group chat, oh my goodness. Well, I'd be fundamentally trying to be aware of your movements at all times, even when you're doing things generally regarded as shameful or embarrassing. Just wondering if that's really alright with you.
そういう
It's
ところを
going,
配慮し
Leonard,
な
it's
さい。
going. How are you doing? I catch a female quillfish and called Karen since he didn't want to get in the Pokeball and didn't even... Okay, yeah, you have every single right to sit back and call that fucking Mon a freaking Karen. Just based on the refusal to get in the damn ball. Seems like she really has gotten a bit of her spirit back.
とにかく、これまでと同じで、同じように振る舞ってちょうだい。それだけよ。
Immediately after throwing these words in my direction, Sakaki turns away and begins stomping loudly up the stairs. Probably headed to the rooftop again at a guess. Judging from the flow of that conversation, I think it'd be best to give her a little time to herself. For the time being, I suppose we'll resume this afternoon. Oh god, here comes the nagging woman. Half of a smirking female face pokes out from around the corner in a clearly deliberate way. Oh my god. God damn it, Amane, go away. Amane?
いやー、さっきから一部始終を聞いててほんとどう っちゃうんだろうって思ったけど、なんかいい方に転がってよかったわね。
Yes, yes, she is. Were you eavesdropping the whole time?
失礼ね、偶然よ。通りかかって耳に入ってきたから、仕方なく聞いてただけだってばね、さっちゃん。
That is called eavesdrop. Oh, and of course Sachi's here too.
偶然です。それ以外に言いようがありません。
You could have chosen to ignore it and walk away and wait, but no, you stood there and listened. That is called eavesdropping. There's no way around that one. Even Sachi. Maybe it was a coincidence that they were passing by, but I think listening to the entire conversation may have had something to do with their personal curiosity. Exactly. What with the way they kept striking up bizarre conversations about Sakaki the other day, I've got the distinct feeling these people are up to something, especially Amane.
しかし、榊さんも意外と思い切ったことやっちゃう子なのね。お姉さんびっくりしちゃった。
You really shouldn't keep playing up your age like that, even as a gag. You'll get wrinkles.
う
Damn.
るさいわ。で、私のことはともかくとして、なんかいいわね。個人的なボディーガードとかさ、ねえ。エロい空気がプンプン漂ってるのよ。
And here's Machina. Every time I see these two together, I just roll my eyes.
エロい、ユージエロい。細かいことはよくわかんないけど。
And where one goes, they all go. Every last one of you was listening in? I felt some doubts in this regard before, but could it be that these people have too much time on their hands? Yes, yes they do. I've shared dorms with female colleagues before, but they use their off days studying intensely or throwing themselves into personal training, just like everyone else. By comparison, I can't help thinking these girls suffer from a chronic lack of productive uses for their time. You people can think whatever you want, but the fact is Sakaki's got some very complicated personal circumstances that warrant protection. It's not something you should be laughing.
はいはい、わかってますよだ。で
Ugh.
もその全知全能のユージ様でもわかんない事情だってあるんですからね。
Say what? You're saying the intelligence I've gathered on Sakaki is incomplete? That's highly interesting. The moment I speak those words... Oh god. The looks that he's getting right now. Even Sachi, you don't see that look very often on her face. 4 sets of eyes simultaneously narrowed to reproachful slits, overflowing with pure scorn. They're the eyes of people who have just lost all respect for someone. Okay, what's with the look?
ユージには一生つかめない情報かもね。ひょっとしたら。風見さんにはこの部分においてはですが、本当に失望しています。いや、絶望と言っても過言ではありません。
Oh my god.
お兄ちゃんは穴があって突っ込んでればそれで満足ってタイプだから仕方ねえんだけどな。チルチルもそう思うだろ。
Oh my god, Machina.
そうよ。この人参。
A big stupid carrot? Foreshadowing?
いや、ほら、そういうのって人参とかって言うんじゃないの？
What the hell, Michi? What? Huh?
みちる様、どうかお気を確かに。
She has no senses. No, all is lost with this one.
こりゃとんでもないところから爆弾がいらっしゃったのよさ。
Don't you put carrots in holes? Oh my
ちょ
god.
っと待ってよ。今はユージの話してたんでしょ。なんで人参の話出した途端に私いじりになってんのよ。みちる様、みちる様。
What the
バ
hell?
ナナも人参もありだ。チルチルもなかなかチャレンジャーなのよさ。
Oh my god.
ムッキー。
うるせえな、もう。で、あれ？ユージどっか行っちゃった。
Oh, he left a while ago. We have a lot of Pokemon in chat. Do I even have this one? I don't think I do. Okay, yeah, I do. Oh well, we'll get another one. Having successfully passed through the storm of frenzied, meaningless excitement, I make my way back to the lobby alone. Sinking deeply into the sofa, I think back over my conversation with Sakaki. Sure didn't see that one coming. I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I mean, for the first couple of days there, the girl was so furious about being guarded that she dusted off her treasured sword, the legendary box cutter of wrath. Maybe she just realized that she's in real danger here? When threatened by a mysterious menace, it's only natural to grow uncertain and fearful. At present, I suppose I'm the only means she has to relieve that anxiety even a little. From that perspective, I guess it's reasonable enough. Sakaki is basically a rational person. I can understand how she'd swallow her pride and make this choice after carefully weighing the alternatives. Whatever the case may be, I now have her approval. That should make it easier to continue protecting her, as I'd planned from the start. No need to look a gift horse in the mouth. Since she's hired me, I'll have to earn my salary. Pushing myself up off the sofa, I glanced down at my watch. There's still plenty of time before Sakaki will be heading out to draw her pictures. Guess I'll go run for a while. The threats are getting steadily stronger, and I'm not getting back up. That just means I'll have to intensify my training to match. After a light warm-up, I slapped my hands together in the entrance, then pushed my way out the front door to jog. And today, as usual, our mysterious friends make their appearance. However, something's clearly different this time. From the moment they spot me, the men seem oddly flustered. Many of them appear to have gotten cold feet. One or two take out cell phones and try to contact someone. Thank you for the hydrate. Ooh, we get rare candies now. Wonder where they heard a thing like that. I've got a feeling this might have something to do with JB's evasiveness earlier. Whatever the case, the men take much longer than usual to approach me.
Listen!
We have an ad break here in about 3 minutes, chat. What'd they do? Gang up on him? And then lose? Yup, that's exactly what happened. When they finally managed to spur themselves to action, their strategy was as confused as always. Even more so, really. None of them seemed eager to take the lead. They're so sloppy that you'd think they were trying to fail. Most likely, it reminds me of Teenager Mercenary, good web series. I'll have to look at it. I haven't like read a good web series in forever. Sakaki calls out timidly from behind me, slowly opening her eyes. Yeah, but something was definitely off this time. Sakaki looks up at me with an expression of pure bewilderment. These constant attacks must be causing the girl more than enough worry. Adding their unclear, suspicious motives to the equation would probably only upset her further.
それは私があなたを雇ったことと何か関係はあるのかしら
Which I don't know why, but you like mentioning web series, it reminds me that I need to find a website that I can watch the live action like K-drama of True Beauty. It's not on Netflix or anything, so I'm trying to like figure out what website I can use to watch it on. Or, you know, other means, because, yeah. I've been wanting to watch it. Like, I've been watching the anime, because it's like, from start to finish, with even the opening and the ending, it's all like 19 minutes long in total, so. And they've kind of veered away from the actual, like, plot point of the webtoon itself, but it's still really good. Hard to say. It sounded like that might be the case, but there's no way to know if they were trying to mislead us. After brushing off a little dust, I indicate let's go with a slight movement of my head. As we slowly climb up the slope leading away from the riverbank, I think long and hard about our enemies. I just can't figure out their objective. It's obviously connected to Sakaki, but their attacks are far too sloppy for this to be a real kidnapping job. In that phrase they used again today, this isn't what we signed up for. They clearly knew I was taken off the job, which suggests a connection to Ichigaya, my original client in this matter. Just what is this? Still unsatisfied, I clamber my way up to the road. Across from the setting sun, the world's already grown dark and murky. Something in the air suggests an approaching storm. Might have to take countermeasures before the rain starts to fall in earnest. Somebody's angry. Alright, we're about to hit up our ad break here, so we're going to go ahead and pause on the visual novel here and go over to our BRB screen. I'm going to take a quick break and get up and stretch. I highly implore everybody else here to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, get a snack, do what you need to do for self-care, and I'll be back once the ad break is over with. Alrighty, we're back. Sorry about that. Wait, what? What's with the music? What's with the dancing in chat? What is this? Alright, let me go ahead and turn off autopilot. Bum, 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 bum. I almost went to the wrong screen. Holy crap. Okay, we're good now. Oh yeah, this dog. Alrighty. Papa's looking big mad right now.
何か申し開きすることはあるかね。
私どもに後ろ暗い話など一切ございませんが。
とぼけるのもいい加減にしたまえ。あなた方に排除するよう申し付けた例の風見何がしとかいうチンピラ。相変わらずユミコの周りでうろちょろしているそうではないか。
Because they live under the same roof, they go to the same school. You can't really, you know, force people apart like that.
私の立てた計画においてもことごとく邪魔ばかりしている。これでもなお何もしていないというなどずうずうしいにも程があるだろう。
私は正式に風見雄二に対して護衛の任を解くよう伝えました。当組織の規律及び当人の性格から
He did. He found
命令違反は
loopholes.
考えられません。
He found a loophole.
ではこの状況を一体どう説明するというのだ。
推測ではありますが、風見雄二が由美子さんの護衛を解く際、本人にその旨を伝達したのではないかと思われます。その上で不安に思った由美子さんから個人的なものとして風見雄二に護衛をする旨
In
の依
other
頼が
words,
あったので
get
はないか
wrecked, nerd. Get fucking wrecked.
仮にそのようなことがあったとしても断るのが当然だろう。
You think?
それは社長のおっしゃる当然です。私はその当然を先日お伺いした際に尋ねられなかったので、そのようにしなかっただけです。
That's exactly what happened.
そのようなお子様の論理が通るとでも思っているのか。
子供でも大人でも約束や命令は絶対だと私どもは考えます。
Common sense. Yeah, right? Define common sense, please.
もういい。帰りたまえ。
You're the one throwing a temper tantrum. Just like, my daughter's not complying. Get rid of her bodyguard. Didn't even think that she, you know, had the money to be able to privately hire him instead of going through his company. Hello? Such an idiot.
はい、失礼します。
He says Yumiko's the childish one, but clearly he is, considering how he's reacting right now.
娘の件だが、市ヶ谷の連中が妙な
How are they acting strangely? You gave them orders and they complied. Excuse me?
いかがいたしましょうか。
腕の立つ人間を揃えてくれ。多少荒っぽいことをしても構わん。
Oh man, I know exactly where this is going to.
わかりました。妨害する者への排除について、生死は問わないと捉えてよろしいでしょうか。
Yeah, what Pokemon in chat?
ああ。仮にそうなったとしても問題はない。存分にやれ。
了解いたしました。少々お時間をいただくかとは思います。
急いでくれ。準備が整うまでは襲撃も一旦休止しろ。
はい。ではそのように。
おとなしく従っていればいいもの。ユミコめ。
Well, given that I'm probably the only one here who knows the circumstances behind the reason why things are the way they are, you did this to yourself, you jackass. What are we apologizing for, Dag? It's been several days since I came into Sakaki's employ. Strangely enough, they've been largely peaceful. That confused encounter immediately after she hired me was the last time those people tried anything. Reasons? Do I need to hit you? Do I need to hit you upside the head with something or spray you in the face with a spray bottle? The fog is killing you these days? Oh. That doesn't mean they've given up, of course. More likely they've withdrawn for the moment to prepare a more decisive move. I can afford to be a little less vigilant, but I'm careful not to let my guard down entirely. Of course you would say that, of course. I don't know why, but I love this illustration with like the leaves just like blowing in the wind. I like stuff like this. Come to think of it, why are you always wearing the school uniform? We're on vacation, so normally you'd wear casual clothes every once in a while. I was just wondering if there's some reason you don't.
それは
It is, isn't it? This is why, and I've enjoyed this game's illustrations. Oh, let me know if you show up tonight or show up late. Oh boy. Welp, that sucks.
みだりに私服姿で辺りをうろうろするものではないわ。そういうのは素行の良くない子がすることでしょ。
You wanted to steal your Pokemon and your wallet too? Oh my god. I guess everyone else in our school is a juvenile delinquent in the making, eh?
他の子たちは知らないわ。私は前の学園でそう教えられたからそうしているだけ。人にそれを押し付けるようなつもりもないわ。
Damn it! I clicked on my mouse by accident. I see. Takaki's grown calm enough to humor me with pointless small talk of this sort. She seems much less tense after several days without violent interruption, probably because there's no need for constant wariness. The movement of her pencil appears to have grown smoother as well. Thank you for the hydrate. All of a sudden, her hand stops moving. With a brief exhalation of breath, she glances over at me out of the corner of her eye. What's wrong? You notice something? Turning her face away at my words, Sakaki curls her body forward over her sketchbook.
ありがとう。
Oh. Her voice is almost small enough to be lost in the wind, but I hear it clearly enough. What was that?
あなたがこうして護衛してくれるから、安心して絵に集中することができるわ。
Sakaki?
いや、というよりも、あなたがいるから。 というわけでもない
You
の
were a
で
delinquent? This is suspicious.
また何か
Oh, this dog. Well, I mean, a thank you like this from Sakaki of all people? Don't tell me. Is that why nothing's been happening the last few days?
は
Huh? I see. It all fits. Sakaki's already been kidnapped, and the person sitting in front of me is an imposter. A classic trick, but you just gave yourself away. What have you done with Sakaki? If you're not planning to talk, I'm prepared to...
私はここにいるわよボケるのもいい加減にしてちょうだい
Oh my goodness. Sakaki? Is that you after all?
今の一言で気づくとか本当にバカにしてるのね
Yeah, she's got a really short fuse. What do you mean by that? I'm only considering every possible scenario, so I can respond to minor abnormalities before...
もういいわよお仕事お疲れ様ね
What are you so angry about? She seemed to be in an unusually good mood just a minute ago, but now she's in full sulk mode. For all the severe lectures I've received from JB and others regarding the treatment of women, it seems I still have a great deal of room for improvement when it comes to interactions with females in my own age group. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Leonard! How do ghosts do their makeup before they go out trick-or-treating? They use vanishing cream. Oh my god. But thank you for the 3-stream streak. I appreciate it. Sighing ruefully, I closed my eyes for a moment. Honestly, if only the sky would give me a little advance warning, I wouldn't get struck by lightning at such random moments. A plop of water against my forehead brings me back to reality. I raise my head and look up at the sky. I shall right wrongs and triumph over evil, and that means you! IBG. Seriously. At some point, it's filled up with angry gray rain clouds. I'd noticed it was looking a little overcast, but I hadn't expected such a sudden and dramatic turn for the worse. Who's that? Don't go by that. Okay, Sailor Moon. For a moment, I consider attributing the abrupt storm to Sakaki's out-of-character remarks disturbing the balance of the universe, but I have the feeling she wouldn't appreciate the gag.
大変急いで帰らないと
Yeah, you still got a little over 24 hours for that. If I said something evil, what would you expect? I don't know. There's a lot of different things that you could say. Sakaki immediately begins to push her art supplies back into her tote bag. But the rain, indifferent to our concerns, rapidly intensifies. Hide and shriek is free?
このままだと帰る頃には濡れネズミになりそうね
To the underpass! All my Tarlak friends thought I was going to go back to my OG name of Vid. Yeah, about that. No. You going for fucking toast at a Sailor Moon. With a slightly archaic expression that reveals her for the avid reader she is, Sakaki accurately forecasts an unfortunate future. Guess there's nothing for it. Let's wait this out over there. I pointed to the bridge that stands comparatively nearby. It was just part of the scenery up until now, but at the moment, it's our best option for a shelter from the rain.
鉄橋
What's the plan after Grisaia? You want me to keep... I don't know, like, I don't know what it is that I want to do. I've, like, been contemplating and lamenting over it. It's just, like, do I want to continue with visual novels and keep, like, subpart narration Tuesdays, like, a permanent thing before I run out of visual novels to do? Or do I want to do something else? I've been thinking about that, like, a lot recently since we're on the last route for this. And I'm just like, what the hell do I want to do? Yeah, come on. I think it's best to run. Leading Sakaki along to the river, I hurry to the bridge as the rain grows steadily stronger. I mean, it really is. Follows close behind, her back protectively clutched to her chest. Having sprinted all up for 200 meters or so, Sakaki's completely out of breath by the time we reach our shelter. You alright? Get your breathing back to normal, then take a seat and rest for a while. I mean, I have a couple of visual novels that I have, but I'd have to actually go through them and see which one I want to do next. Or take recommendations. The area under the bridge quickly falls into shadow. Even the faint light trickling through cracks in the storm clouds can't reach us through the heavy iron above. Fortunately, since we're more or less in the country, there isn't much junk littering the area compared to what you'd find in a city. Sometimes an empty bottle or can rolls by on the river, but that's about it. Sakaki and I brush off a light layer of dirt from the bare concrete foundation of the bridge, then settle ourselves down to wait out the storm. As the girl at my side tries her best to wipe the water from her hair with a handkerchief, I examine the state of affairs outside. The streaks of rain have only grown larger and more frequent. There's no sign of it stopping anytime soon. The sky, slightly gray and cloudy only minutes ago, is already a sea of uninterrupted black. In a country town like this, they don't even light the streets properly. The area's already grown dark, as if to exacerbate our unease. And finally, there's that familiar roar, sound that always seems to accompany summer downpours. Thunder can be a frightening thing. I had colleagues with experience on mountain rescue operations who'd cower nervously every time a storm rolled by. Judging from the sound, it's relatively close. Probably best not to move around too much at the moment. Guess we'll have to kill some time here, Sakaki. Turning to my side, I try to make eye contact. Somebody's afraid of thunder. She doesn't meet my gaze. Her throat moves. I can hear a faint gulp. What do I want to do? Mandel says some Italian and her she switched sides in the middle of the battle. Oh my god. I mean, I have Italian family members, but they're not blood related. It's all been through marriage. Come to think of it, this girl had an unexpectedly fearful side. Yeah, and apparently, some of my family may or may not have had ties with the mafia back in the day, too. At least that's just what I've been told, but it could be wrong. Should probably reassure her that it can't strike us here. But just as I'm opening my mouth to speak... Damn. That was a loud shriek. This poor girl. Sakaki Yumiko doesn't let other people touch her, and it's completely unthinkable that she touched them herself. When rain falls on her head, she brushes it off. When wind blows in her face, she forces her way stubbornly through it. That's the person I thought she was. And that's why this doesn't quite feel real to me, especially after those strangely sweet words of thanks from before. It feels like I've stepped into some oddly realistic dream. I'm sorry, what? I'm deaf. I see. Seems you really are quite the scaredy cat, Sakaki. I understood quickly enough. It'd be easiest to pretend that was the reason. But the fact of the matter is, it's hard to blame this on her naturally fearful side. Something else seems to have taken hold of the young woman trembling in my arms. Something powerful and difficult to understand. Sakaki. It's still fairly warm out, but her clothes are wet with rain. Only natural that her body temperature would fall. I try to convince myself that's the only reason Sakaki's trembling, but it doesn't quite work. She finally speaks, wringing the words out of her throat. Her voice is frail and utterly weak in a way I never would have thought possible from the Sakaki I know. With that, the last of my strained explanations crumble. This is something new entirely, a side of her I've never seen before. I mean, I don't blame her. I'd be afraid of thunderstorms too. Sakaki's cowering in terror. Even menaced by thugs on a daily basis, even when she couldn't completely hide her fear, she went about her business as usual. But that stubborn, prideful, resolute person seems to have melted away. All that's left is a frightened, trembling little girl, clinging to me like a life preserver. A diesel locomotive passes overhead with a loud, sustained roar. The water that had gathered on top of the bridge rains down to either side. The very air around us seems to shake. But Sakaki doesn't react. She lies on top of my body, completely motionless except for her trembling, and waits for the thunder to pass. Right? It's such a classic. Not a problem. I can't bring myself to ask her anything. There was obviously something behind Sakaki's behavior, but it was such a strong reaction that it feels wrong to ask out of mere curiosity. The rain slaps heavily on the bridge above, the wind whistles loudly by outside, sometimes driving water into us from the side. But now that the thunder has passed, Sakaki seems to be gradually regaining her calm.
雷はどうしてもダメなの。
Like, you have a completely stubborn and prideful woman just, like, sitting here, and then all of a sudden it's thundering, and she just turns into, like, a little girl, just, like, completely afraid. Cuddling close, Sakaki stares up into my eyes.
どうしてそう強いの。
As Japanese are sus, they always have to put a wet t-shirt scene. Not that I hate it, but still Pokemon Karen made me a Karen, so I have to complain. Well, here's the thing. Even when it comes down to it, the way that their uniforms are designed, you don't see anything in the front. It's just literally the sleeves. I might look strong to you, but I've never thought of myself that way. Well, except for Yuji. I mean, he's got a white t-shirt on, so it's kind of hard. Yeah.
こうやって一人で生きていけているじゃない。
Yay, vulnerable moments.
私みたいに外に壁ばかり作って。
Boom! Big reveal! I'm a pickle! What do you think about that? I turned myself into a pickle! I'm pickle!
On my own, huh?
あなたにこういうことを頼むのは申し訳ないけれど。
What is it? Go ahead.
欲しいことがあるの。
Wait, are we learning her backstory here? Or at least some of it, maybe? Oh, we have a rufflet in chat. I told you before, didn't I? If you want to talk, I'm willing to listen. Sakaki nods, and in that same small, soft tone, she begins to tell me about herself. Yup. The rain shows no sign of letting up. Her quiet voice flows past me and dissolves into the deepening darkness. The weakness of those words seems to echo the fragility of the girl in my arms. The summer sun scorched the ground beneath our feet. In the heart of the ancient capital, we walked uphill, following the road away from the station's eastern exit. I was talking, casually, of trivial things. Blah.
家の窓の外にワンちゃんがいたの。
Looking up at the person holding my hand, I smiled. In contrast to my cheerful chattering, the woman walking at my side had a clouded expression on her face. Her profile was beautiful but cold, almost like that of a marble statue.
私の方を見たからね。手を振ったの。そしたらワンちゃんもこっちを向いたの。
The same words, repeated in the same tone, as if she was playing back a recording. Not understanding what that signified, I continued to speak.
私がいるってちゃんと分かったみたいなの。それでね。
That trivial little event must have made me very happy, because I just kept on talking. Sentence flowed into sentence with barely a pause for breath in between. Matching the rhythm of my skipping steps, I pattered on faster and faster, filled with innocent excitement. First, her feet came to a stop. And without turning to look at me, her face still in profile, my mother finally answered.
ごめんね。ちょっと静かにしててくれるかし
Can't cry because I don't have an onion to use it as an excuse. Oh my gosh. Her quiet voice emerged only to melt away into the squawking of the cicadas. Two pleasures, the skipping and the conversation, abruptly taken from me. I hesitated uncertainly, not sure where to direct my gaze. But soon I found a clear path forward, and my hesitation gave way to a reply.
ごめんなさい。お母さん。
It was the phrase, I'm sorry. How many times had I spoken those words by then? Even when I'd done nothing wrong, even when I'd done nothing at all, those words offered an exit from any uncomfortable moment. And above all else, they lightened the burden on my mother's heart. Mumbling those words had always been the best that I could do at times like those.
ごめんね、ユミコ。
And my mother, in turn, offered me the same soft words of apology. It's Amira! Hi, Amira, how you doing today? Wait, why are we... I didn't apologize for anything. I'm just repeating what's being read on the visual novel. Excuse me. God damn it. And my mother, in turn, offered me the same soft words of apology. In retrospect, it might very well have been her fault that I developed the habit of relying on the words, I'm sorry. You just got home from work? How was work? Hopefully it wasn't too shitty for you. She spoke the phrase so frequently, it was probably only natural that I'd begun to imitate her. Like I've been saying since we have been reading this visual novel, there are so many parts of my own self personally that I see in all of these girls, and this being the very one with Yumiko as a child apologizing for no reason. Because it makes situations less uncomfortable. And it sucks. Because you can only apologize so much before it becomes meaningless. A cold profile, a rigid face, locked in position, never turning to me. Speaking a few words with nothing but a slight movement of her lips, my mother began to walk once more, her strides even smaller than usual. With a nod, I stepped forward at my mother's side, slipping halfway under the shadow cast by her parasol. As the shade swayed with her steps, the blazing sun flickered before my eyes like a movie shot on cheap film. I almost said on a cheap film. We walked in silence through the midsummer heat, surrounded by the voices of cicadas. I squeezed my mother's hand tightly, very tightly, as if that connection was the only thing in the world I could rely on. My mother, Misako, was born into the Kawamoto family, owners of a real estate business in the ancient city of Kamakura. After graduating from university, she accepted an arranged marriage to my father, Sakaki Michiaki. He was 25 years old. The Kawamoto were small-time landowners, and their business had fallen into financial problems. When their only daughter married the young president of East Beach Railways, a company that had taken complete control of the regional railroad network, the Kawamoto family treated it as a miracle comparable to winning the lottery.
お帰りなさいませ。
ああ、
あなた、お食事は？
もう済ませた。いつものことを毎度毎度聞くんじゃない。着替えは。
You know, I'm starting to realize why she feels so indifferent towards her father.
はい、用意してあります。
すぐに支度する。30分後に出るから、玄関に出して小島に渡しておいてくれ。
Well, then again, I kind of know the main reason, but like I said, I don't want to spoil. But this is like more stuff that I had no idea about. My father was a complete workaholic with more than one house to return to. He only came to see us once a week and never stayed longer than an hour. At that point, I hadn't so much as held a conversation with him. All I could remember were brief moments of eye contact in the hallway when we passed each other by. I can still remember the way he looked at me. There was no emotion in his gaze, not even contempt. Almost as if he didn't even realize something was there. His eyes were frighteningly empty. My room in that house was pointlessly large. Spacious as it was, it hadn't been made for a child to live in. The bed and closet were both adult-sized. For the most part, it looked like nothing more than just another guest room. A child's desk, a haphazardly purchased assortment of stuffed animals and toys. These were the only objects that suggested otherwise, and they felt deeply out of place. Thank you for the hydrate.
お父さん返事してくれるのかな?
Okay, chat, make sure you're all hydrated as well. I stood in front of my mirror, practicing many different facial expressions, earnestly thinking over a problem with no
どん
solution.
な顔したらお父さんは帰ってきてくれるのかな?
Alone in a room far too large for me, I thought about the stone-faced father I barely knew. How could I catch his attention? How could I make him realize I was even there?
おはようございます。おはようございます。おはようございます。違うのかな？どうなのかな?
Man, imagine being like this age and just like practicing your speech with a father that's only there like once a week.
おはようございます。おはようございます。おはようございます。
Within that state and conservative railroad family, a daughter bore little weight. My mother's marriage had seemed a blessing for the Kawamoto family, but when she gave birth to me, it quickly became an uncomfortable topic. Her job had been to give birth to an heir to inherit the East Beach Empire. Instead, she had produced a daughter. At best, a potential tool for political marriage. Sorry. No one was to blame for that, but it was still a deep disappointment to those around her. I almost choked on my gum doing that. Oh my god. My father had treated his new wife very kindly at first, but after I came into the world and he learned that my mother was too physically frail to endure many pregnancies, he became noticeably brusque and distant. That transformation must have hurt my mother deeply. After it began, she grew gradually weaker in body and spirit, until finally she could no longer manage to take care of father's personal needs. My mother returned to her parents when I was 6 years old. She had endured as best she could, desperate not to leave a bad impression on my father's family, but my mother was fundamentally a sheltered and fragile woman. Putting aside her physical condition, her mind had been worn down to the point where she could simply no longer cope. And so, one hot midsummer day, she gathered her luggage, took my hand, and left the Sakaki house. Oh, hi, Nostalgia. Welcome home. How'd your appointment go, by the way?
Ah, おかえり。
おかえりなさい。
It wasn't a joyous homecoming for anyone involved. After an exchange of indescribably uncomfortable greetings, they began an equally awkward conversation.
美佐子、体の具合は？
大丈夫です。何もありません。
それならしっかり直して道明さんのためにも早く戻ってあげないとね。
Wow, why does her recovery and you know, why are you gonna put him first? Like, what the fuck? It was obvious at a glance that my mother couldn't possibly go back anytime soon. Still, my pragmatic grandparents wanted their daughter back with the Sakaki family before the wound of separation grew too deep. My mother may have wanted to return herself, even knowing that she was no longer capable of enduring that life. There was a slight edge of frustration in her voice as she vaguely affirmed my grandparents' words.
お母さん。
They left me out of the conversation so completely that I began to feel invisible. In the end, I couldn't help but call out. When I spoke, my mother's hand twitched around mine, as if only just realizing that she'd been pulling me along at her side. As if she'd been trying to forget an unpleasant reality by averting her eyes from it.
ユミコ、おじいちゃんとおばあちゃんにご挨拶なさい。
Still not looking in my direction, my mother muttered those words
おじ
quietly.
いちゃん、おばあちゃん、こんにちは。
God damn it. I tried out the greeting I'd practiced for Dad and my grandparents.
ああ、こんにちは。
God, why is everybody like so awkward and rigid around her just because her mother didn't produce like a freaking male heir to the railways? It's like, it's so disgusting on how you treat people.
こんにちは。
Their responses were stiff and awkward. They didn't so much as smile at me. It had already been decided that my mother would be hospitalized. Originally, the doctors had recommended admitting her to a psychiatric ward, but her return home under the cloud of a separation would no doubt become the subject of gossip in the area. Who knew what people would say about a mental illness on top of it all? Instead, Mom returned home under the superficial cover of poor health and entered a general hospital. My grandparents had been busy enough with their struggling business. Now they had new burdens on their hands, and they made no attempt to hide their exhaustion. The complaining began on the very first day.
かわいそうに。生まれたのが女の子じゃなかったら、美佐子もこんな。
Wow, way to make a child feel like shit.
やめないか。
だってあなただっておっしゃってたじゃありませんか。せっかくの機会だったのに台無しになってしまったって。
I can't fucking sit back and... Oh my god.
それは
I
そう
hate
だ
people
が
like this.
だから女の子だって分かった時にお医者様に強く言ってでもやり直しをすればよかったのですよ。
美佐子の体が持たないことはお前も分かっていたじゃないか。
でも
During the years I spent living with my mother's family, my grandparents never showed me anything like affection. In retrospect, I was an unwanted burden, a symbol of failure. I suppose they hardly had any reason to welcome me, but even so, it was a form of cruelty.
美佐子も入院するし、由美子を学校に通わせないといけないし、どうしたらいいんだか。
榊の家からは生活費も出ているのだから、それでいいじゃないか。
Gee, I don't know, be actual affectionate fucking grandparents and give your grandchild the love they fucking deserve? Not sit back and treat them like a fucking leper in the family? Like,
よくあり
really?
ませんわよ。会社の方が当座の資金にも苦しい状況なのに、あなたどうしてそんなにのんきなことを言っていられるんですか。
おい、
そんな言い方はないだろ
The two of them seemed to quarrel virtually every minute of every day, right until I left the house. They were considerate enough to not behave this way around my mother, but their unwanted grandchild was a different story. Raw emotions flew back and forth as if I wasn't even there.
子犬さん、可愛かったな。
When I was inside the house, I couldn't help hearing unpleasant conversations. It was a small mercy that we had one of the spacious gardens so typical in country towns. I'd always slip out there when I saw my grandparents talking with serious expressions on their faces. I passed the time scratching on the ground with tree branches. Those scribbles in the dirt became an escape, a portal to a vague, faraway
い
world.
つお家に帰るのかな。
Recalling what I'd seen through the window that day, I moved the point of my tree branch through the soil. Recalling my few happy memories, I drew them out one by one, over and over, hoping to make them even slightly more vivid in my mind. My drawing improved quickly in pursuit of a clear and unmistakable exit from reality. Oh god, I just realized that's what I did as a child too. It's just like, that was my own form of fucking escape. God damn it. Why do I see myself in so many of these damn characters? Why? Why is it like this? I carefully combed my shoulder-length hair and tied it back with a rubber band. I hadn't particularly been trying to grow it out, but once I understood that haircuts cost money, I'd simply allowed things to take their own course. Not to imply that my grandparents were keeping me in rags. They were far too vain for that. I always had the minimum necessary to look respectable. You have a Malamar in chat too, by the way. But ever since I'd grown old enough to understand my position, it was difficult to muster the slightest interest in fashion. I opted for plain, dark clothes, the more inconspicuous the better. My hair fell straight to the shoulder in the simplest possible style. As a child, I wanted nothing more than to be noticed, but at some point, I began to seek refuge in my own anonymity. Words. It seemed safer to be ignored.
行ってきます。
Pausing under the weathered eaves, I offered a farewell to no one in particular, then walked off alone. I had grown tall. I was wearing a middle school uniform now. Nobody had commented on either fact. Ever since arriving at that place, I had been alone. There were always people in the house, but I was alone. Words.
由美子嬢ちゃん、今日のお弁当ですよ。
ありがとう、トシエさん。
As I left the house, I found Toshie-san waiting outside. Toshie-san was an old woman who had looked after my grandparents' family for many years as their housekeeper. Even when the business fell in hard times and could no longer afford the expense, she stayed in the house next door, taking care of us without any compensation. I wasn't her employer, but she always called me Miss in a kindly tone of voice. She was the only person in my life who showed me real affection.
制服、なんだか恥ずかしいな。
何を言いますか。嬢ちゃん、よう似合ってますよ。
ありがとう。そんなこと言ってくれるの、トシエさんだけよ。
嬢ちゃん。
それじゃあ、行ってきます。
I didn't talk with anyone at my middle school, or rather, I couldn't. It was an insular place where relationships had long since been firmly established, often mirroring the connections between parents. Someone abruptly wedged in from the outside had very little hope of fitting in. Much less for a quiet girl who had moved out to the country under circumstances like mine. None of the other children were friendly to me. I knew they talked about me behind my back. But after the years I'd spent alone with my grandparents, I suppose I'd grown used to such casual disdain. My student life didn't feel particularly painful. It was merely empty. I filled the vast stretches of empty time by drawing pictures. It was a habit I'd picked up as a means of escaping into fantasy, but as I came to accept reality, the images changed gradually into simple landscapes. Not to say that I was viewing things more positively now, I'd simply grown numb. The contents of my drawings mattered less to me than the time I could kill moving pencil over paper. I no longer looked for meaning in the art itself. My grandfather had a pile of empty sketchbooks, abandoned from the days when he had time to pursue his hobbies. I made a rare request and took them as my own. Day in and day out, I filled their pages with dull landscapes. With mechanical movements, I drew hollow images of a hollow world. When school ended, I would make my way over to the hospital where my mother was staying. The hospital was further from my grandparents' house than my middle school. To reach it, I had to walk a good 2 kilometers, first descending a slope and then climbing back up. I didn't have a bicycle, and asking for bus fare would have been unpleasant, so I always traveled that road on foot. Of course, it wasn't pleasant. but I developed an obstinate streak in my own right. That hike had become a part of my daily
あ
routine.
ら、榊さん。こんにちは。
A familiar nurse called out to me as I walked down a familiar
こん
hallway.
にちは。
今日はお母さん、朝から具合もいいみたいよ。ご飯もちゃんと食べてるし。
そうですか。
こうやって榊さんが毎日お見舞いに来てくれるからね。きっと。
そんなことは。
Equivocating with a weak smile, I nodded to the nurse and walked away. My mother's condition was always seesawing from improvement to setback. It wasn't the sort of disease that could be cured with some wonder drug. And in Mother's case, the doctors didn't entirely understand the causes of her illness or even the reasons she wasn't healing. There was no clear path to a complete recovery. By that point, I understood that my existence had a great deal to do with her sickness. My visits couldn't possibly have been helping her. It was probably just the opposite. I walked rapidly toward room 301 in the A ward. There was a part of me that thought those visits were pointless, but without them, I would have lost the only thing I had left, my origins. Even as I isolated myself behind an inconspicuous appearance, in that one place I desperately sought some kind of connection.
お母さん。
My mother had been given a private room. The hospital's administrator was an old acquaintance of my grandfather, so it had been arranged at a considerable discount, or so our gossipy neighbors believed. It was a pure white room, largely empty except for the plain medical bed standing by the window. My mother passed her days lying there. There was no medical reason she couldn't go out, but she never tried.
ユミコ。今日も来てくれたのね。
My mother greeted me with the most convincing smile she could force onto her face. But that face didn't turn toward me.
今日は具合がいいってさっき看護師さんが。
Setting up a folding chair at her bedside, I began to speak. Her physician had asked me to fill the visits with conversation. Even the silliest little things will do. Just keep talking to her, please.
ご飯もちゃんと食べられてよかったね。
But I filled every moment with silly chat for a different reason entirely.
それでね。
The conversation was almost entirely one-sided. My mother's responses were mostly monosyllabic. It was difficult to tell if she was even listening. Even so, I continued to chatter away.
今日もいい天気だね。
Eventually, I ran out of things to talk about and changed the topic to the weather out of desperation. But by then, even the monosyllabic responses had trickled to a halt. Time flowed by in silence. 1 minute of stillness. 3, 5. Finally, my mother slowly opened her mouth to speak. Even before the words came, my body twitched in
ご
alarm.
めんね。本当に。お母さん、こんな。
そんなこと。
When my mother spoke to me, it was always to deliver an apology. That was why I babbled away so persistently. I didn't want to give her the chance to speak.
今日はもう帰るね。
そう。
Holding the chair with a few practiced movements, I leaned it against the small shelf on the wall.
それじゃあまた明日。
God, that's gotta be so awkward. I came to this place in search of connection, and every day I went home with nothing but disappointment. To be honest, those visits were painful for me. Sometimes I thought about how much nicer it would be just to stop coming entirely. But without my faint connection to my mother, I would be adrift in a sea of nothingness. I had no choice but to hold stubbornly to that single lifeline. I wasn't under any illusions that my conversations with Mom were doing her any good. In fact, her physician had begun to indirectly allude otherwise. Something along the lines of, "You don't have to come every single day, dear." But I was afraid. What if my mother did recover? If I abandoned her now, she might not take me with her when she returned to her old home. I didn't have many pleasant memories of that place, but at least there I was something other than an object of scorn. At least there I had something like an identity, and I couldn't return unless my mother took me with her. I hated myself for those selfish thoughts, but I didn't stop visiting. Pushing everything that had brought us there out of my mind, I clung stubbornly to the childish hope of a happy ending waiting around the next corner. The first year of my middle school life flowed by aimlessly. The only thing I had gained in that time was a bit of textbook knowledge. Apart from that, I hadn't learned a thing. I'm fairly sure my grades were good. I didn't want to give anyone the chance to criticize me on that front. Becoming a difficult child would be too risky. My place in the world was tenuous enough as it was. Thinking back on it now, I might have been happier just running away, but having spent my entire life shut up inside a box, the idea of trying to escape didn't even occur to me. Just as 1 year ago, I said goodbye to no one in particular and left the house alone. Nothing had changed. The scenery was the same. My life was the same. Everything in that country town was static.
奥様と旦那様を恨まないでやってくださいな。元はとてもお優しい方だったんです。
Yeah, I'm sure they were until they learned they had a granddaughter and not a grandson. Selfish ass people. That morning, when Toshie-san handed me my lunchbox, I found myself grumbling a few rare complaints about my situation. Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. The targets were mainly my grandparents. We'd been living together for many years now, and still they only spoke to me when it was absolutely necessary. Every moment I spent in that house made me feel as if I was slowly suffocating.
だけど、おじいちゃんもおばあちゃんもまるで私がいないかのような態度を取るんだもの。貧すれば心も鈍する。今は由美子嬢ちゃんに構って差し上げられる余裕がないんですよ。
Oh, please.
家業の具合がようなれば、それも変わって
It takes minimal effort and minimal time to sit back and actually dote over your fucking grandchild. The grandparents and even the parents are too fucking selfish. Oh, you didn't give birth to a son? Oh, we're just gonna shun her entire fucking life and force her into this box and make her feel like she just doesn't even exist.
そうなのかしら。
Such bullshit.
由美子嬢ちゃんはこんなにいい子なんですから、いつかきっとちゃんと見てくださいますよ。それまではこのババで我慢してくださいな。我慢だなんて、としえさんにはいつもお世話になりっぱなしで。嬢ちゃん。
Nothing about our household had changed in years. As always, our lifestyle was dependent on Toshie-san's quiet assistance. She took care of us all without a single complaint. But I hadn't seen my grandparents show her gratitude for everything she did, not even once. Toshie-san's son, who lived with his wife in the neighborhood, clearly wanted to pry his mother away from her unrewarded servitude to the Kawamoto family. I'd overheard them having a heated fight on the topic. Our life was the same as it had always been, but beneath the surface, it was slowly coming apart at the seams.
としえさん、もう来てくれなくなるのかな。
One day, I was making my way along a sloping road I had once walked with my mother, bombarded by the cries of cicadas. The area around my grandparents' home was a district with strict regulations on the height and variety of buildings, so the scenery hadn't changed much in the years since my mother entered the hospital. It was picturesque in a way that seemed to appeal to rich people. Many city dwellers had their second houses nearby, but I could never come to enjoy the scenery. It left me cold. The things that mattered to me changed for the worse, but the things I hated, the things that left me cold, never seemed to go away. Driven by frustrating, indistinct feelings of powerlessness, I began to walk faster. But with a flinch of surprise, my leg suddenly came to a halt.
ああ、おはよう、由美子ちゃん。
That's not
学校
suspicious.
に行くところ？歩きながらでいいからさ、ちょっとおじさんの話に付き合ってもらえないかな。
After that moment of hesitation, my legs began to move once more, faster than before. Striding along almost like a race walker, I hurried down the road leading to my school.
お父さんがね、最近またちょっとおじさんの耳に入ってくるようなことをやっててね。
As if she's supposed to know about that.
二宮さんって由美子ちゃんの知り合いにいなかった？ちょうどお母さんと同じぐらいの年の女の人なんだけど、もし知ってたら何でもいいんだ、おじさんに教えてくれないかな。それとこれは由美子ちゃんの家のことなんだけど、お母さんが昔お父さんと一緒に暮らしてた時に
おじさん。
なんだい、由美子ちゃん。
Coming to an abrupt halt, I turned to face the man.
前にも言いましたが、私何も言いません。質問にも答えません。だから、こうやってまとわりつくのをやめてください。
いや、だからだね、由美子ちゃん。
名前で慣れ慣れしく呼ぶのもやめてください。
Damn.
失礼 礼します。
I don't blame her for being pissy. I wouldn't want to be followed around like that, being asked questions I have no answers to.
父親譲りだな、ありゃ。
There was one significant change in my stagnant life. A reporter from a gossip magazine, whose job seemed to consist of digging for information on my father, was making a habit of loitering around me. I'd first met him during the winter of my first year in junior high. At the time, I was still comically naive. He approached with kind words and sympathy, two things I wasn't used to getting, and convinced me to open up to him about my family's circumstances. Pathetic as it was, I didn't realize it was all for an article until the moment my grandmother threw the tabloid in my face and delivered a furious scolding. Humiliated and bitter, I swore to myself to never again discuss personal matters with strangers, or to trust their compassion. And despite it all, the very same journalist had the nerve to show his face in front of me again. Every time something happened, he'd come around sniffing for scraps of information. Speaking with him felt like brushing against an enormous and particularly slimy leech. I marched ahead as quickly as I could, one fierce step after another, trying to shake off the lingering residue of our encounter. But then again, the place I was hurrying to wasn't exactly pleasant in its own right.
駅前のとこのさ、ロータリーのとこでヤマッチいたんよ。声かけたらあいつ逃げやがってさ。
あいつ最近付き合い悪いよな。彼女できたのかな、やっぱし。
え、嘘。山地誰かと付き合ってんの？
あれ、知らんかった？ C 組の木本いんじゃん。あいつどう？
Well, Abra in chat. It would have been much easier if they'd simply treated me like I didn't exist. Their clumsy method of ignoring me could sometimes become a weapon as sharp as any insult. I was well past the point of letting each and every sudden silence weigh on my mind, but it still wasn't exactly a pleasant feeling.
今日も来てんぞ。
あいつ成績はいいけど母親は入院してんだよな。
きっとあの子もさ、そういうのを。
The more I tried to ignore them, the more their whispers seemed to pierce their way into my ears. A year had passed since I'd first set foot in the school. By then, there wasn't a single person in my class who didn't know all about my family. There's no such thing as privacy in the countryside. The real nature of my mother's illness, which would have been kept absolutely confidential by the hospital, had filtered all the way down to middle schoolers' gossip. A purely academic question occurred to me. If this wasn't despair, then what exactly would qualify?
逃げられない。
I opened my sketchbook beneath my desk, making sure that nobody could see. I'd kept at my art, and flipping through the book, it was obvious that my ability to depict fine details had come a long way in the last year. But all that really proved was how obsessively I'd sought escape, how deeply detached I'd grown from the world around me. Rather than pride, I felt something like nausea. Even my art was beginning to lose its value as a refuge. The room was pure white. Nothing had changed here, not the room, not even my mother's posture in her bed. It was as if I'd never left. Every time I walked in that door and saw her sitting there, I felt a surge of irrepressible pity run through me.
お母さん、来たわよ。あ、由美子。いらっしゃい。
As always, I saw my mother in profile. As always, her gaze didn't turn to me. As always, she smiled quietly. But there was no tenderness in that expression. She was simply moving her face into that shape. It was an empty imitation of a real smile. Oh, we have an ad break here in about 3 minutes, chat. I lowered a small bundle of books and weekly magazines my mother had requested onto the shelf beside her bed. They usually came with the mail, but sometimes I happened to run into a nurse who would hand them over to me for a more personal delivery.
ありがとう。
Of course, the weeklies in question were respectable, established publications that largely kept away from the scandals and rumors circulated by the tabloids. We couldn't take the risk of her reading something like that article I'd unwittingly contributed to the previous winter. It undoubtedly would have set back her treatment, which was already proceeding slowly enough. My mother's newfound reading habit seemed to be part of an attempt to learn more about my father and the company he was running. Looking at that thick pile of magazines and books, I felt my chest tighten at her obvious desperation. Mom had never known much about the business. I would have been surprised if she could understand half of what she was reading.
ご飯残してるみたいね。看護師さんが言ってた。そう。今度 トシエさんにご飯作ってきてもらうね。病院のよりはずっと美味しいと思うから。
Our interactions followed the same familiar pattern. I chattered away relentlessly while my mother muttered vaguely. Lately, even those monosyllabic responses had grown repetitive and careless, almost as if she was beginning to treat the world with the same careless disinterest my father had shown her. It was a particularly difficult visit. My mother barely spoke, and I ran out of things to say fairly quickly. As the hours I spent at school had grown increasingly suffocating, I was spending more and more time wandering around in search of quiet places where I could be alone. These days, I frequently found myself lacking for stories to tell.
そろそろ帰るわ。
I rose quietly from my seat. My mother's face, as always, didn't turn toward me. It had been a truly pathetic excuse for a conversation, and I had little hope tomorrow would be any better. The things I wanted to stay the same fell Words. The things I wanted to stay the same fell apart. The things I wanted to change stayed exactly as they were. Time no longer seemed to be flowing. It was a stagnant, brackish pool, and even treading water was becoming a struggle. Oh boy, here we go with these words again. But as I prepared to leave, my mother spoke. That hadn't happened for quite some time.
お母さん。
That one word came as a complete surprise. Was she about to say something? Despite it all, I found myself pausing expectantly, hoping for some positive sign. Thinking the matter over calmly, it was foolish to even imagine her mood had suddenly changed, but I was so starved for a glimmer of hope that my mind latched onto the most optimistic possible interpretation. And then, with a few simple words, my naive, happy end scenario shattered like the fragile piece of glass it had always been.
あなたが男の子だったら
Yep, that's what those words were. And with that, we're going to go ahead and pop on over to our BRB screen for some words on stream because we do have an ad break starting here very shortly. So, we're going to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, get a snack, do what you need to do for self-care, and I'll be back once the ad break is over with. Alrighty, we are back from ad break. I came back somewhat on time, I guess. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. Ugh. What time is it? Oh, it's only after 4. Feels like I've been here for a lot longer. That's kind of funny though, considering last night's stream. I was just like, wait, it's been almost 4 hours, it feels like 2. Alright, going back into, well, this. As soon as a dog decides to sit back and be like, I'm not gonna try to burrow under your blankets again. I thought. My mother had never said anything like that before. No doubt the thought had crossed her mind, but so long as she had even a shred of rationality remaining, the words could never have passed her lips. I have to grab medication in a little bit? Yeah, you should probably take care of your headache. At least if it's able to do much of anything. After all, if she were to say that, then nothing could ever change, except to fall apart.
なんでそうじゃなかったのかな。
Something slipped out of my hands and clattered to the floor. A visitor from the company had dropped off a few jelly desserts. I'd been taking one from the shelf with a spoon. My mother had been skipping her meals lately, but I thought she might at least manage to eat that. Considering the season, a white peach jelly seemed appropriate. Maybe it would be easier for her to hold a spoon with a flat handle? Moments before, those were the only thoughts in my mind. They were gone now, obliterated by my mother's words so completely that it was as if they'd never existed. I ran as fast as I could, pushing my heart so hard I thought it might just sputter to a stop. Down the slope in front of the hospital, up again onto a large curving detour, past the station, around the corner from a small cleaning store, into the remains of an abandoned factory. Only then, absolutely confident that I was alone, did I finally come to a halt. Gasping for air, I doubled over and held my trembling legs with both hands, propping up a body that seemed ready to collapse. The world flickered before my oxygen-starved eyes. My peripheral vision was dim and clouded, as though I was peering out from inside a tunnel. I could feel sweat pouring out from all over my body. My hair and clothes were completely disheveled. I'd fallen at some point on the way over. There were scrapes on my knee and elbow. I pushed myself erect, a tattered mess of a girl. But I couldn't have cared less about any of that. After all, the tears streaming uncontrollably down my face were far more blatantly pathetic than my beat-up clothing. I could have endured it if she complained about something I could fix. I could have behaved better. There's still room for my grades to improve. I could have made myself more presentable. I could have cut every strand of hair to the exact same length. I could have learned to walk in a refined way, at an absolutely steady pace. But no matter what, I was powerless to undo the reality of my own birth. Why did she have to choose the one thing I could never, ever change? My grandparents were right back then. If it was possible, she should have just tried again. She should have crushed that egg in the womb and pretended it never happened. Better than this hopelessness, this irreparably broken life. Placing my hands against my breast, I pushed down with all my strength. How could a thing so totally beyond my control bring me such misery? I felt a dull, throbbing pain deep inside my chest. The painful pressure was accompanied by a slight twinge of stimulation. Even as I rejected it, my body reminded me that I was female. There was pain, but at the same time, I could feel the blood throughout my body beginning to stir in an unfamiliar way. Instinctively, I knew that it was something sexual, and I shivered with pure loathing. I hated my body. I hated the woman it was becoming. I didn't ask for that misery. I had no say in my crime. It was born with me. But so long as I lived, the pain would always be lurking somewhere deep inside me. If only you'd been a boy. With one phrase, anyone could reduce me to nothing. I could study all I wanted, I could be the sweetest, most well-behaved person in the world, but so long as I stayed in that body, my naked vulnerability would never go away. Oh, here's Chillos in chat. I threw open my bag and took out my pencil box. Flipping open the lid, I retrieved the box cutter I used as a makeshift sharpener for my colored pencils. I wonder when exactly I began to find the act of cutting things apart pleasant. The clicking of the blade emerging from its sheath, the sound of something once whole being severed apart, those had become calming sounds to me. How wonderful would it be if I could slice away my femininity with a single box cutter? How wonderful would it be if I could sever my fate with the touch of a blade? How wonderful would it be if one movement of my hand could cut me free of all the troubles that coiled around me and choked the air from my lungs? As I cut savagely through the long, identical bundles of black, such thoughts ran through my head one after another. On the boiling concrete, speckled with the remnants of faded paint, clumps of black gathered. They fell like a vile rain until the sun-heated ground was covered in them. Yeah, I would do that just in case, because this is literally her describing her cutting her hair, but given the fact of everything that's happened up until this point, yeah, I think we should put that up just in case. I could feel the gloom in my heart fading as I looked down into the darkness. But in its place, that dirty blackness left a layer of filth inside me that could never be cleaned away. Plus, something that actually is about to happen that I completely forgot about, so, yeah.
嘘つけそれお前はおいなんだ
Stop saying sorry, Dad. You have no reason to.
何あの髪型男みてえだよな
切っちゃったのかな自分で
Sorry, high tech, no worries.
でもなんで
あいつんちまた金なくなったんじゃないのまさか散髪代ぐらい出るだろうそれだよね
When I showed up for school with a hairstyle more appropriate for a boy, my classmates' reaction was exactly what I'd expected. They made no effort to hide their amusement. I'd gotten that far uneventfully, not giving them much to work with, so perhaps there was a bit of a recoil effect. Whatever the case, my rough bob cut became an easy target for mockery and speculation. Of course, there wasn't a single person there who showed any concern for me. My grandmother was simply lost for words at first. Not that the aghast expression on her face meant she was worried about me.
そんなみっともないことはこれっきりにしてちょうだい。わかりましたね。
Yeah, right? Like, when's the villain era? When does her villain era, like, start? The one and only thing she was concerned about was how poorly my actions would appear in the eyes of society.
ごめんなさい
まったく恥ずかしい。
My grandmother, muttering about shame and humiliation, averted her eyes and disappeared inside the house. And for a very long time, I sat alone in my room, utterly silent except for the voices of the cicadas.
ユミコ嬢ちゃんどうなさったんですかその髪ごめんなさい嬢ちゃんは何も悪くないのにおかわいそうに
Toshi-san was the only person who showed genuine concern for me. But it didn't make me feel any better to know I'd made the kind old woman worry. More than anything else, her sorrowful face made me regret my rashness. I'd gotten carried away by my emotions and lashed out, but nothing had changed. Nothing was going to change. For the sake of the one or two people who acknowledged my existence, I decided not to repeat my mistake. Toshi-san's death came soon thereafter. As the record-setting heat wave stretched on, the news was constantly occupied with stories of elderly people succumbing to heat stroke. And one day our neighbor, already past her 70th year, was among them.
すみませんがお帰りいただけませんかそんなせめてお焼香だけでも ユミコさん、あなたも知ってるでしょう。
Of course, they're gonna place the blame on her, even though her mother decidedly chose to do this out of her own kindness.
それは
How exactly are you gonna sit back and blame a freaking child?
お給金が出るわけでもないのに、ねぎらいの言葉すらかけてもらえず、川本の家のために働き続けて、なんとも思わないんですか。申し訳ないと思っています。だからだったらもううちとは関わらないでください。もう川本の家とは一切の関係をなくしたいんです。地元でも変な噂が立ってますし。
おい、早苗、それぐらいにしておきなさい。
はい、わかりました。それじゃこれで。お礼だけでも言いたかった。
Your world is supposed to grow larger as you grow up. Mine seemed only to be shrinking ever smaller. I'd lost Toshi-san, and with her, the small place of refuge in front of our door vanished as well. Just as I was on the verge of giving up, finally, at long last, a small ray of light broke through the wall of dark clouds.
お母さん、具合いいみたいね。
My mother was eating a mandarin orange served as a treat after her meal. Her expression was as placid as always.
今日はなんだか体も軽く感じるわ。
But for once, it didn't look like a mask she'd plastered onto her face. The peace in her eyes seemed real, something that had flowed naturally to the surfaces from deep inside her. Our retreat to the quiet of the countryside hadn't done much at first, if anything. Our family tensions had probably taken a toll on my mother. But after many years of peace, it seemed her mind was slowly beginning to regain its equilibrium. The recent downturn had given way to weeks of steady improvement. Once you can meet your own needs, it becomes possible to worry about the needs of others. My mother had begun to give my questions real responses for the first time in years.
お医者さんもいい兆しだっておっしゃってたし、来週からはお薬も減らしていくっていうことだったから、それで。
We'd never been able to discuss her treatment, but lately it had become a safe topic of conversation. Specifically, her progress was so promising that a discharge from the hospital was coming into view at long last. Welcome back, Hightech. Hello, Nate. How are you
来週
doing
の
today?
月曜日、おばあちゃんと一緒に先生にお話を聞くから、そこでいろいろと今後のことも聞いてくるわね。あと、ユミコ。え？何？お母さん。ユミコ。あのね。
I'm doing alright.
お母さん、ひどいこと言って。あなたにこれだけしてもらっておいて。私、男の子の方がいいとか。お母さん、いいから。ほら、みかん食べたから手が汚れてる。 はい、ティッシュ。食べた皮片付けるわね。ありがとう。いいのよ。お母さんは直すことに専念してくれればいいから。私そろそろ戻るね。また明日来るから。そう。ゆっくりしていけばいいのに。また明日来るから。
I stood up and waved goodbye with a quavery smile. My mother was still sitting in profile, but I could tell she was smiling in return. Holding that image in my mind, I slipped quietly out of the room. The moment I closed the door behind me, the world began to shimmer through a wall of tears. Strange, most women I know want girls, but I didn't talk to Asians or boys are maybe more wanted even. The thing about it is, though, specifically with this one, is that her mother married her father out of needing to get out of impoverishment. It was an arranged marriage, and it was a very, like, touch and go. He would only visit once a week and didn't really get to know Yumiko. And the reason being is because he was looking for a male heir to inherit his company and work for his company. And he didn't get that. So everybody started, you know, kind of treating her as this outcast of the family. And even outside of the family, it was like that too. So. And of course, because of her mother's frailness after giving birth to her, she could no longer, you know, carry pregnancies afterwards. So she could not get the chance to produce an heir for her husband. So they were forced to move back in with her parents, who were dealing with a struggling company. And she ends up in the hospital for a number of years due to mental health reasons and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's essentially where we're at right now. I couldn't remember the last time my mother had showed that kind of concern for me. I don't know if she ever had. By the standard of a healthy parent-child relationship, I guess it was an insignificantly small thing. But for me, at that moment, those tentative words of compassion were enough to inspire overwhelming happiness. Happiness so strong that I couldn't help but break down and sob. I spoke the words again and again, as if to fix that fact more firmly in reality. Perhaps Toshi-san had taken pity on me and stopped by to heal my mother on her way to heaven. Things were suddenly moving in such a positive direction that such thoughts seemed almost plausible. The next week, my grandmother and I went to meet with my mom's physician for an update on her condition. Normally, I was the only one who attended those meetings, but the progress was significant enough that he asked Grandma to come as well. Flipping through the papers in his hand, he gave us a detailed account of my mother's symptoms and current status. Not that I really needed to hear any of it, I already knew she was recovering. For someone who'd visited her every single day for years, it was impossible to miss the transformation. Still, it's not her fault. She is a girl, and just because she is not a girl doesn't mean she can't take over the company like too many Chinese women are rich. I feel poor just thinking about it. I mean, yeah, but her parents, like specifically her father and his family, more or less come from a very traditional point of view, where it's always the males have to take over the company. But if we look at it from a different perspective as to how Makino's family personally runs during her route, is that her mother was the curator and the person who ran the company that her family worked for. So it's more or less just not about like how things work in society. It's more or less from like a personal perspective and point of view as to how families run themselves. So yeah, father was more or less just like, you know, I want a boy. I want him to carry on the family name and be able to inherit this company as I get older, or in the instance I pass away. But he did not get that, so yeah. It's something like Monica, which only the boys can be the next prince. Yeah. Not that I really needed to hear any of it. I already knew she was recovering. For someone who'd visited her every single day for years, it was impossible to miss the transformation.
それでもう娘は大丈夫なんでしょうか
Once the doctor's explanation came to an end, my grandmother leaned forward, clinging to his arm as she spoke.
治療も順調に進んでおりますし、このまま退院の準備を始めてもいいでしょう。
The moment those words left his mouth, my grandmother lowered her head so deeply I thought she might topple out of her chair and prostrate herself on the floor.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます、先生。
やめてください。頭をお上げになってください。
Yeah, thank your fucking granddaughter who came over here every single day after school to talk to her.
これで榊さんの家にも申し訳が立ちます。ありがとうございます。
And of course, that's all she cares about. Grandma continued to lavish her thanks on the doctor, as always, doing her best to pretend that I wasn't even in the room. Mom's return to her husband would ensure that the Kawamoto business would continue receiving support from the Sakaki family. It was blatantly obvious from my grandmother's words that it was the sole reason for her gratitude. Yep. The woman who'd brought her into the world, my mother was nothing but a defective political tool. but that only strengthened my determination to take care of her. Once the doctor's explanation was over, my grandmother went straight home without even stopping by to see her daughter's face. I heard her muttering the names of business partners to herself as she went. She was probably planning to hurry back to the house and inform them of the news. Then again, I wasn't exactly eager to have her visit my mother with that sort of attitude. So if anything, her quick departure was
お
convenient.
母さん、来週退院が決まったわ。
Dropping a pile of magazines and books onto the shelf as usual, I spoke to my mother in a tone of sincere cheerfulness.
そう。じゃあ、おばあちゃんやおじいちゃんに迷惑をかけること
Maybe a
はなくなる
wishy-washy in
のだ。
chat.
何より、こうやって由美子に来てもらわなくても大丈夫になるから、それが一番安心ね。
That's what I was wondering too. Was it the keyboard that glitched or something?
お母さん、
私、由美子にこうして負担をかけてるのが本当に申し訳なかったから。
My mother spoke those words with real remorse in her voice. But at that moment, the burden didn't seem so heavy. My mother's feelings were more than enough
カー
compensation.
テン開けてもらえるかしら。
Just as requested, I pulled back the curtains from the window at Mom's side. A vault of blue stretched out beyond the panes of glass. It was the very picture of a summer sky. Compared to the heart of the city where the Sakaki house stood, the blue in that place seemed far more pure and vivid.
今日もいい天気ね。ここを出るときには一度屋上に上がって空を見てみたいわ。
Toshi-san told me once that my mother had always enjoyed gazing at the sky. She didn't look for anything in particular, just tilted her head back and watched. And when people asked her why, she could never find an answer. Memories from the day we first came to the town flashed into my mind. We'd walked hand in hand under a beautiful blue sky, but Mother's dull, lifeless eyes had never left the path below our feet. But she had finally remembered the sky. That could only mean she was on her way to recovery.
そうだね。ここを出るときには一緒に空を見ようね。
ね。そうね。
It occurred to me that I didn't have a single memory of the two of us doing something like that together. I found myself very much looking forward to the small event that would accompany my mother's discharge from the hospital. Everything was moving in a positive direction. The stupidly optimistic scenario I had sketched out in my imagination was coming closer and closer to reality. Oh my god, Ivy. Hi, how are ya? My mother's recovery produced clear changes in my own emotions. I'd barely spoken to anyone in the week since Toshi-san's death, but I was slowly beginning to communicate with those around me. My grandparents still kept their distance, but if I approached them myself using my mother as a pretext, I could at least get them to have a conversation with me. Mom's recovery was their primary objective, after all. They couldn't avoid hearing me out if I brought it up. Watching my grandparents interact with me despite obvious reluctance, I felt as though I'd achieved a small but significant rebellion against the people who'd spent years ignoring my very existence. I'm right here. I'm in an important position. More than anything else, that sense of meaning gave me strength. In school, the others still rejected my very existence, but that didn't bother me much anymore. I would be returning to the Sakaki house once my mother recovered. This hollow school life would be over soon enough. The end was in sight. That suffocating feeling of entrapment was gone. No matter what they said about me, no matter how they laughed, it rolled off me harmlessly. 3 days before my mother was scheduled to leave the hospital, I was hurrying to school through the rain. The drizzle that had begun a little after midnight was just picking up into a steady, heavy rain as I left the house. My umbrella wasn't enough to catch it all. Pausing for a moment, I glanced up at the angry sky beyond the edge of my umbrella. It was covered in deep black clouds from horizon to horizon without so much as a patch of clear sky in between.
お母さん、憂鬱だね。
Since our conversation the other day, Mom had begun to spend a lot of time looking out her window. That was nice enough when the weather was clear, but staring up at a menacing sky like that might inspire a bit of gloominess just as her feelings were finally starting to take an upward swing. I'd have to hurry to the hospital and cheer Mom up as soon as school was over. With that thought, I began to walk again. And just as I reached the intersection between the road to school and the main street leading to the station, a familiar face appeared from around the corner. Oh god, it's this guy again, really?
おじさん、
But it wasn't a face I was eager to see. I instantly recognized the tabloid reporter who had once wheeled me into becoming a source for an article that mixed fragments of truth with innuendo and lies. Standing under a large jet black umbrella that seemed to mirror the rain clouds above, he looked me over with a faint smile on his face.
いやー、しばらく見ないうちに可愛くなったね。お母さんいじりかな。
Ah, this guy has like no sense of like fucking personal space and is creepy. His words seemed to have grown even greasier and more presumptuous than before. When I walked past him silently, the reporter fell easily in beside me, keeping pace as though I'd invited him to follow.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあってね。またここに来るようになったんだけど、そこの喫茶店で話とか聞かせてくれないかな。
以前にも言いましたよね。私はあなたにお話しするようなことは一切ありません。
そんな。君のお父さんのことじゃないか。話すことなんかたくさんあると思うんだけどな。
ありません。父とはもう何年も会っていないんです。
It was incredibly unpleasant to have this man bring up that topic now. I don't know, anyway, if I had a daughter, I might be more protective than with a boy, but I'm a poor East European, so maybe that is why I think that way? I don't know. The Sakaki house was the invisible mass around which we all orbited. I knew my current lifestyle was possible only because of his financial support, but sometimes I couldn't help feeling a powerful burst of resentment toward the father I barely knew. In particular, when people carelessly assume we must have some kind of relationship.
もういいですか。付きまとわないでください。変な噂を立てられるので。
Stopping briefly, I spat out the clearest possible rejection, then quickly turned around to leave. I couldn't allow trouble of this sort to arise so soon before Mom was to leave the hospital. There was no telling how speaking to this man for even the briefest of moments might come back to haunt me.
本当にそうなのかな。
The reporter, no longer trying to follow, called out to me from behind. His words were suggestive, his tone unusually serious. I came to a halt despite myself.
何なんですか、一体。
Rationally, I understand. It would have been the same either way. I know that it wasn't the cause of what would follow. But still, somewhere deep down inside, I can't help believing everything would have been different if only I had walked away.
そうもいかないんだよ。だってこの話、君に弟ができたってこと。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, that infamous line of all good things must come to an end. This is where we're at now. What? When I turned back to face him, the man was wiping at his rain-damp forehead with a knowing smirk on his face. If I have a boy, I would be, you can walk and talk now, go buy me bread like I did for my grandparents when I was 6. Oh my goodness.
これに載ってるよ。もっとも、由美子ちゃんが読むような雑誌じゃないけどね。
The reporter reached out and presented me with a magazine already open to a certain article. Practically grabbing it from his hands, I ran my eyes frantically across the page. And the moment I saw that headline, the blood in my veins seemed to freeze solid. East Beach Express president Sakaki Michiaki's illegitimate child? Long-awaited son born to a mistress. Bold sans serif headlines, emphasized by sharp decorative flourishes. Below, the face of a man I hadn't seen in a while, lined up with the portrait of his unfamiliar partner. Paragraphs full of vicious words that I could barely stand to read. And at the very end, one sentence that plunged me below even despair. Thank you for the hydrate. Make sure you're all hydrating in chat. As I had doubted my ears in a hospital room weeks before, this time I doubted my eyes. Currently arranging for a divorce from his wife. Those few brief words, buried in the final paragraph as if they were the most trivial thing in the world, hit me with the force of a hurricane. You can't make me! Go drink some water, damn it! And that does not include coffee. Because I know how you are with your caffeine, woman. I'd heard the rumors. I more or less understood that father was that sort of person. But there was no worse way to have those suspicions confirmed. I ain't making that mistake again. Yeah, Ivy, I'm calling your ass out. What now? No, I'm just kidding. Why? Why now when my mother was recuperating in the hospital? Why now when she was finally getting better? Was this article even true? Many thoughts swirled chaotically through my head. My hands trembled and lost their hold on the hateful piece of paper.
ちょっと落とさないでよ。俺だって一応資料なんだからさ。
Well, you're the one that came here with a fucking article in hand just instigating the situation, and you mentioned that knowing that she would fucking stop. That's all your fault, you asshole. I mean, what? I don't like this guy. He's fucking creepy. The magazine fell to the wet pavement with a slap. As it hit the ground, the pages that had been folded back flipped around, revealing the cover. And as if to turn the dagger... Oh, no. She gave the magazine to her mother. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Does her mother have this? And as if to turn the dagger in my wound, one final piece of information was revealed to me. Yup. A tasteful work from a well-known painter behind a number of carefully arranged headlines and a firm serif typeface. A weekly magazine, but one that clearly distinguished itself from the tabloids and gossip rags. A magazine of some credibility. A magazine my mother asked for every week. Oh, girl, you better fucking run.
というわけで、ぜひこの件についてお姉ちゃんとしてコメントを聞きたいんだけど。
This guy's a fucking scumbag. I hate it.
ちょっと、おい!
Charging off the sidewalk that ran alongside the prefectural highway, I sprinted all out along a farm road, slanting diagonally away through fields of green. The path didn't turn toward my school, so it offered an ever so slightly more direct route. But it was only a farm road. In places, it hadn't even been paved. It was an extremely difficult course to run on a rainy day. But I didn't have the luxury of worrying about that rate at the moment. I needed to get to the hospital as soon as I possibly could. I needed to stop my mother. With the recent improvement in her condition, Mom had started to leave her room and visit the hospital store to purchase her own books and magazines. If the nurses were still delivering them with the mail, there was at least a chance they'd check for articles that might upset her. That's Yumiko running through the rain. But it was hard to imagine the clerks in the shop would have been told to do the same. Halfway there, I could no longer muster the effort to keep my umbrella upright above me. I let the rain strike me and focused all my attention on running. Of course it's gonna sound Yeah, she's running down like a farm road where it's like, it's not paved. So you're gonna hear like running in mud / like rain. Halfway there, I could no longer muster the effort to keep my umbrella upright above me. I let the rain strike me and focused all my attention on running. Water went flying with every heavy stride, slapping against my legs, soaking my skirt. A small ember of satisfaction warming my chest only minutes before had been smothered completely out of existence. I was cold to my very core.
ちょっと廊下を走らないでください。すみません。
My momentum barely slowed after arriving at the hospital. I understood perfectly well that running in the hallways was off limits, but the rules I'd always obeyed mattered less than reaching my destination even a moment sooner. Turning a corner on the 3rd floor, I finally entered the wing reserved for private rooms. A moment later, my feet came to an abrupt halt. Uh-oh. There was something unusual going on in front of that familiar door. For a moment, I was simply bewildered. 3 strange men in expensive suits were standing just outside my mother's room, talking to each other, just on the verge of entering. A vague but powerful sense of dread ran through my body like a jolt of electricity. I shouted angrily as I approached. The man who'd been reaching for the door hesitated. Before I could continue, the white-haired man at the head of the little group preempted me with a question.
失礼ですが、どちら様ですか?
この病室の榊美佐子の娘です。あなたたちこそ誰なんですか？母に何のご用ですか？
Unperturbed by my fierce attitude, the white-haired man answered with a calm smile.
あなたが由美子さんですね。申し遅れました。私、榊家の顧問弁護士。
What a way to ruin it.
須田と申します。
顧問弁護士。
ええ。
A minor matter? You're putting her fucking mental health at risk with this stupid article that came out and be like, oh yeah, by the way, your husband wants to divorce you. The magazine article I'd read minutes before flashed vividly before my eyes. Currently arranging for a divorce. In a heartbeat, my mind connected those words to this lawyer's sudden arrival.
すいません。あと父を離婚させるために来たのでしょ。今母は病気なんです。そんな話なんかしたらどうなるかわかるでしょ。
ユミコさん。
Oh, we have a hat trip in chat.
私たちはその件ではなく、今後のお二人のことについて。
Mm-hmm.
嘘！さっき雑誌で見たわ。全部知ってるんだから。
The man's composed face distorted into a scowl at the word magazine. He must have been trying to reach us before that information did.
仕方ないな。おい。
Oh boy.
はい。
With a small movement of the lawyer's hands, the two men who'd been hanging back moved quickly toward me. They had me physically subdued before I could even register surprise. One man had slipped behind me and caught my arms in a firm full Nelson. The other stood in front of me like a wall, eliminating any chance of escape. I screamed desperately, but they weren't the sort of people to flinch at the cries of a young woman. The private wing was never a busy place. Today, it was entirely empty. And with the heavy rain drumming down outside, I doubt anyone elsewhere in the building even heard my voice. And of course, against the strength of two full-grown adults, a child like myself was completely powerless. Bruh. The lawyer's voice had grown cold. It was the all-too-familiar voice of an adult. Mm-hmm. His words were extremely polite. If anything, that made them all the more frightening. Ignoring my tear-choked plea, he pushed open the door to my mother's hospital room. I was the first to react. The bed sitting by the window, which had always been occupied before, was now empty. In contrast to the perpetually calm lawyer, I was filled with a profound sense of unease. The doctors always made their rounds at this time of the day. None of the patients were allowed to move around freely, much less my mother. They'd given her a normal space for the sake of camouflage, but by all rights, she belonged in a room with bars on the window. Normally, it wouldn't be unusual to move a patient only 3 days from discharge back into the hospital's general ward, but my mother's condition was still delicate. Her physician had decided to handle everything cautiously until the very end. It just wasn't possible that Mom had simply stepped out at this time of day. The doctor had arrived for his daily rounds. For a moment, he simply stared at the bizarre scene inside the room with confusion in his eyes. Before the lawyer could stand to offer a greeting, I yelped out from the corner where the men had deposited me. Wait, is she up on the roof, maybe? He turned to the nurse at his side for confirmation, a hint of alarm in his voice. The startled nurse looked around the room as if expecting to find my mother hiding in a corner. It was all too much for me to process. Everything was moving forward smoothly only an hour ago, but now we were derailed, hurtling rapidly away into darkness and confusion, all of our painstaking work falling apart around us. I had to look for my mother. I had to keep her from finding out about that article. I had to get out of this room, away from these people. Countless thoughts stampeded wildly through my head, but there was just one thing that seemed clear to me. I couldn't just sit there waiting. Before anything else, I had to find Mom. And all of a sudden, I remembered. Why do I not like where this is going now? Because if I remember correctly, in the anime, they never really mentioned anything of what happened to her mother. They only showed the parts where she said, if only you were a boy. The words rang out so clearly in my ears that for a moment I thought she was really there, speaking to me. Pushing my way around the man who'd been holding me in check, I slipped past the doctor and dashed out into the deserted hallway.
ほら、待ちなさい。
I heard voices from behind. I ignored them. I didn't have any real proof, but there was nothing else for me to go on, so I had no choice but to cling to my intuition. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, I headed for the very top of the building. By the time I managed to struggle all the way to the rooftop, my breath was coming in quick, ragged gasps, and my legs were burning beneath me. I felt about ready to collapse. After all, I'd sprinted from my house to the hospital and then from Mom's room up to the roof, with barely a pause in between. But my exhaustion was the last thing on my mind. I threw myself against the door with the last of my momentum, swinging it open wide. Alone in the dark, engulfed by the roar of the rainstorm, I screamed for my mother. It was coming down so hard now that the mist was rising from the bare concrete. Even seeing across the rooftop was a challenge. Naturally enough, given the weather, I couldn't make out any signs of human presence. But just as I muttered those words, a white shadow stirred in the darkness. It was a human being, a woman dressed in the white clothes of a patient, standing in the rain. From her height and the length of her hair, I realized at once it was my mother. I splashed through the puddles to her side. She was staring blankly up into the sky, battered by the powerful rain, her entire body utterly soaked. I grabbed my mother by the shoulder and shook her frantically, trying to catch her attention. But her eyes were fixed on the sky. She didn't so much as budge. It was obvious at a glance that something was terribly wrong. Halfway through the sentence, I noticed something lying on the ground at the very edge of my peripheral vision. It was flapping around in the wind. I had the feeling I'd seen it before, not that long ago in fact. That cover, that tasteful painting, the work of a well-known artist, was headline set in a restrained professional font. The magazine containing that article was lying at my mother's feet. My hand slipped off her shoulder. I staggered backward, barely staying on my feet. Why had this happened? Why did everything have to fall apart just when we were finally starting to move forward? Why was my mother standing there soaking wet? Why did she have that blank expression on her face? Many questions bubbled to the surface of my mind. None of them had answers. They just sat there suspended in my mind, stagnating until they putrefied into a pool of solid sludge. Words are hard today, it seems. My mother fixed her lifeless eyes on mine. I was startled. It was the first time for as long as I could remember that my mother had looked me straight in the face. But that was, without a doubt, the worst possible way for that chain to be broken. There was no light in Mom's eyes. The words she spoke posed a question, but there was nothing like actual curiosity behind them. It was the voice of the machine. I wanted desperately to convince myself she was joking. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't make myself believe it. The evidence before my eyes was simply too powerful. Mom's face was paler than white, and at the center of her wide eyes, there were two bottomless dark wells where her pupils had been. Those tiny spots of black seemed more vast and more profound than the black sky stretching out endlessly above us. I was standing on the edge of an abyss, and I was afraid. It felt as though I might fall into those pools of darkness and disappear. But I couldn't stop staring. I couldn't avert my eyes from the thing that was trying to swallow me whole. After all, she was the only person I left in the world who'd ever acknowledged my existence. I called out to her, praying the world might pull her back from across the chasm that separated us. But it was too wide. My voice was too weak. I was too weak. I shrunk away, just one step. My heel slid backward across the wet roof. And then, for just a moment, it felt as though my body was floating. Disoriented by a sharp impact to my backside, I didn't realize that I'd been pushed out of the way until I saw the doctor moving past me.
他の患者に見つからないようにベッドへ。
As I sat stunned on the wet concrete, they took my vacant-eyed mother in their arms. They were carrying her off like an oversized doll away from me to some place I didn't know. Pushing myself up off the ground, screaming, I ran toward her. I didn't make it 3 steps before another nurse caught me in her arms.
大丈夫よ、ユミコさん。大丈夫だから。
Rising above the pattering of the black rain, a baleful roar filled the air, crawling up from the depths of the earth, demolishing everything in its path. That sound, like a massive boulder tumbling relentlessly across the world, merged with the scene before my eyes and engraved itself violently onto my heart. I tried to follow with my eyes as they carried her away. I strangled out one final cry. In response, a world filled with intense light, as though a dozen cameras had flashed at once. For a moment, I was dazzled. Hey Steven, how are you? And by the time my vision returned to normal, there was nothing left to see. No, not quite nothing. On that otherwise empty roof, one waterlogged magazine remains. It was dissolving by now, paper melting away, ink blurring into illegibility. But my memory of the truth it contained wouldn't disappear so easily. My broken mother was gone. The doctor who'd smiled and told me she would be leaving the hospital was gone. I was absolutely alone. Thank you for the hydrate. I crumbled where I stood. My knees hit the ground first, then my hands, then my face. Tired and stressed mostly, but ooh. The wet concrete was pleasantly cold against my cheek. Maybe if I lay here long enough, I would melt away and disappear, just like that magazine. The ground was cold, but my body was hot. I'd used up everything I had. I was empty. I'd given up on the very idea of moving. The merciless rain continued to pour down on me, jet black rain, even though it wasn't night. Why shouldn't an angry witch take her broom trick-or-treating? She might fly off the handle. Damn it, Leonard. The vicious dark water pooled around me, creeping up my body as if to swallow me whole. Well, that explains why she hates thunder and why she's afraid of it. It's always going to serve her as a reminder of what happened that very day on the roof. Sometimes, I hate that this country has 4 seasons. Just when I'm finally starting to forget, an autumn wind reminds me of a whispered insult. Winter skies bring back cold and lonely memories. And in summer, when the sudden evening storms arrive, I'm torn apart with every clap of thunder. Again and again, until there's nothing left. 1 year after my mother's relapse, things had quieted down. The commotion at the hospital created a bit of a stir around town, but it didn't take long for the talk to trickle to a halt. For one thing, the main character in the story was no longer a resident. And even our cold-hearted country gossips seemed hesitant to turn a gravely ill woman's condition into one of their nasty little jokes. I was absent from school for a week after the incident, recovering from the shock and a mild case of pneumonia, but my life eventually returned to its normal rhythm. That would be the superficial summary, at least. The trauma of reading that magazine article led to a dramatic downturn in my mother's condition. She was now suffering from acute memory loss. Her physician, my grandparents, my father, and me, we were all strangers to Mom now. Everyone she met slipped out of her mind within minutes. These symptoms were far beyond anything a local hospital was equipped to handle. Soon after the incident, Mom was transferred to a specialized psychiatric institution in North Kanto. Ironically enough, that divorce never actually came to pass. Perhaps my father backed off out of concern for his public image? That, or it was part of some conditional legal arrangement. I don't know. One thing, however, was perfectly clear. The connection between the Sakaki and Kawamoto houses had been severed. My 2 families spent the first months after the incident squabbling by proxy about legal issues and the care of their mutual burdens. Yes, Kento! In the end, the Sakaki continued to cover my mother's medical expenses, but they were no longer providing supplementary support to the Kawamoto family's floundering business. Let's go Pikachu! Oh my goodness. Why? Why, Ivy? Why?
これで支援もなくなって。どうするつもりですか、あなた。
This is what happens when all you want out of this shit is money.
つつましくやっていけばなんとかなる。すまんが、しばらくは我慢
Y'all
してく
fucked
れ。
up. That's what happened. I know, that's why. You like chaos. We all like chaos around here. We have a Tinka-Tink in here in chat. Oh, and I don't have it. I better fucking catch it. I swear to God, PCG.
歴史のある川
I
人
swear,
々が
PCG. Let me
こんな粗
catch
末
the
な生
damn
活を
thing.
するようになるなんて。しかもあの子の面倒まで見なければいけないなど、こんなバカな話がありますか。
That girl is your fucking granddaughter, you greedy assholes.
まったく、なぜこんなことになってしまった
You
のか
were
な。
selfish. That's what you fucking did, you piece of shit. Even long after the matter was settled, my grandparents never seemed to tire of moaning about the unfairness of it all. And of course, as the easiest target for their bitterness, I once again found myself wedged between a rock and a hard place. I had the bare minimum required for normal life. They always kept up appearances after all, but not a day went by when I didn't hear sarcastic, scornful words from the shadows. I went to a silent school and returned to a silent home. I'd lost my refuge. I'd lost my hope. All I could do was suffer quietly. This would be the point where a normal person might go bad. But I had been living inside a cage for so long that not even that choice was available to me. There was a time, just once, when I tried approaching a group of girls with that sort of reputation. The result was pathetic. In that country town, even the delinquents were mindful of appearances. They turned their backs on me and walked away without a word. Shunned even by those lowest on the totem pole. For a long moment, I just stood there, rooted to the spot. Hey, fuck you, PCG! And then I found myself looking up into the sky. It looked no different from the day I'd gazed out the window with my mother. Had Mom always been alone? Was that why she'd spent so much time watching something that never really changed? Now that I was well and truly isolated, I began to think more about her feelings.
泣くこともできないのね。
Of course Ivy catches it. Yes, as a prophecy foretold. I'm totally flipping them off right now. It seemed like a moment worthy of a little sobbing, but it just wasn't happening. On that day in the rain... Oh, we're not breaking about 3 minutes. On that day in the rain, I'd used up my lifetime supply of tears. All that was left was a parched, withered husk of a human being. For one long year, I did nothing but watch the sky change slowly above me. But soon enough, I was pulled down into the muddy stream once again. Kanagawa Prefecture. It was a little before the start of summer vacation. Our teacher had fallen ill that afternoon. The final lesson was replaced by a study hall, which I'd spent gazing dully out the window. That exercise in pure boredom finally complete, I was walking sluggishly down the road toward my grandparents' house, just turning the final corner onto our street.
あれ
Something was wrong about this picture. A shiny black luxury car was parked along the thickly hedged road in front of our house. The Kawamoto family didn't own a private automobile. My grandfather apparently had one back in the days when the business was doing well, but it was one of the first things to go when the recession hit. The negotiations with the Sakaki family had always been held in the business office by the station, so it was hard to imagine why such a car could have possibly come. Oh boy, this can't be good. For a little while, I dawdled outside, staring curiously at the car with its sickly tinted windows. But after 2 or 3 minutes, a voice called to me from inside our house.
遅かったじゃないの、由美子ちゃん。早く上がって。
Oh, you sound awfully chipper, you fucking bitch. I do not like her family. They are all assholes. I was startled. The friendly attitude was one thing, but it was the very first time since I had arrived that my grandmother had called me by name. She wouldn't have done that without a very good reason. Yeah, obviously. After quickly removing my shoes, I let her usher me into the parlor. It was the first time in a good 4 years that I'd been in that room. The instant I crossed the threshold, 5 men in black suits stood up simultaneously and bowed in greeting. As I blinked in bewilderment, my grandmother spoke, a strange little smile twisting her
ほ
face.
ら、そこに座って。 由美子ちゃんが話に入らないと進まないことなんだから。
Ugh, these people. And with that, she sat me at the head of the table. The dusty air of the rarely used parlor tickling my nose, I looked around me. All 5 of the men had deeply serious expressions on their faces. To be honest, I wanted nothing more than to run
一
away.
体何の話なんですか？こんな急に。
As soon as a question left my mouth, a man seated to my left took control of the conversation.
お父様、榊道明様の
Oh,
命
now we're
によ
being
り
addressed as Sama
由
was
美子様
Sama
を
all of a sudden?
お
Oh
迎えに
my
上がり
god.
ました。
お迎えに。
はい。お父様は昨年の一件で由美子様をとても心配していらっしゃいました。それでこうしてお迎えに上がった次第です。
Yep, I hate this family. They're absolute pieces of shit. But we're gonna pick this up after our ad break runs because it's about to start very shortly. So, for myself and everybody else here, I highly implore you all to get up, stretch, hydrate, get a snack, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back once the ad break is over with. Leave it to this to be the one fucking time it breaks on me. Okay, I guess I have to reset the link. Give me just 1 second. Stupid words on stream breaking on me. I had a good streak going where it wasn't. Okay, we're good now. Alright, we'll be back once the ad break is over with. Okay, we are back from ad break. Oh, okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright, let me go ahead and turn off autopilot. Let me go back to more trauma bonding, because why the fuck not? That's what we typically do on Tuesdays anyway. Oh my god. Fucking VG throw it a picture at me with his character on Mabby. What outfit is that anyway? I'm curious. I knew you would come to stand before the stream. Oh man. What on earth was this man talking about? Oh, it's a Magical Blitz one? Also, isn't it suiting that the maintenance is on outright? Dog, you are not allowed to sleep underneath my blankets. You should know this by now. And you keep insisting on doing so. After the incident with Mom, my father hadn't showed up in this house even once. I understood that he had a busy professional life, but he didn't even bother to send a message or place a phone call. Now they expected me to believe he was worried? Now, after a full year? Ridiculous. It was mystifying Grandma had even let them in the house, let alone with that simmering grin on her face. Didn't she understand this was nonsense? But it's cold. I don't want him stinking up my blankets, okay? Yep, this is the last route for me. Last character of the visual novel. It's been the least traumatizing one that we have encountered since we started this visual novel. Not that I'm saying it's not traumatic, but it's not as traumatic as the previous ones. I'm not saying anything, high tech. I am not saying anything. But soon I discovered that my grandmother's reactions were perfectly lucid, for reasons that had nothing to do with any of that.
よかったわね、由美子ちゃん。これでいい学校に通えるし、お父様とも一緒に住めるのよ。
In other words, you are no longer our burden to bear. Have fun. So long as we get our money because our business is failing.
いろいろあったが、これからは何の心配もしないで暮らせるんだ。よかったな。
Oh, please, you're all happy for yourself. Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
お父様からもまたこの家を助けていただけるそうで、本当によかったわ。
I rest my case. Ah, now I understood. This was a question with no choices. My grandparents had decided the answer beforehand, and were now unilaterally forcing me toward it. I was so profoundly astonished at their naked self-interest that I couldn't even manage any anger. But it's not as if snapping at them would have achieved anything in the first place. Remaining with them was probably never really an
わ
option.
かりました。すぐに準備をしてきます。
When I stood from my seat, my grandmother spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice. Oh god, here it comes.
あら、そこまで急がなくてもいいのよ。榊家の方は明日もまたいらっしゃるというし、それまで。
That would be enough to make me cringe
い
too.
え、結構です。今いらっしゃってるのなら、その車に乗っていきます。
I don't blame her. I really don't.
あら、そうなの？由美子ちゃんがそういうのなら仕方ないわよね、あなた。
Oh, it's so disgusting with how two-faced they are. It's just like, why?
もちろんそうだ。由美子のいいようにすればいいからな。
I was about ready to vomit. Me too. I am in the same line of thinking. I'm about ready to freaking puke. That's just gross. From my grandmother's words, it seemed clear the Sakaki had come with a clear offer in hand. My return in exchange for restored financial support to the Kawamoto business. We have a giraffe rig in chat. My grandparents had considered me a burden from the start, so I imagine they didn't exactly hesitate. It probably felt like selling some piece of junk from the backyard for a huge sum at auction. What are words? Oh wait, what time? Oh, that's why. No wonder I'm like tripping over my words now. My meds wore off. Oh, that's wonderful. I tried muttering the words, but couldn't manage much conviction. After all, I was scuttling around the same sordid web. How could I complain? I wasn't working for my food. I pulled all the clothes out of my chest of drawers, threw them onto my tatami mat, and scowled down at them.
さようなら。
I wasn't speaking to my grandparents, the house, or even my mother. It was a farewell to the person who had lived here, idly wasting day after empty day, accomplishing nothing but growing older. I spoke those words to confirm a simple fact. That room was nothing to me. It held nothing of me. One by one, I cut the clothes I'd worn in the place to shreds. The expensive-looking children's clothes I'd brought with me, the generic ready-made supermarket clothes my grandparents had bought me when the need arose, my middle school uniforms. My face, an emotionless mask, I carefully chopped them into tiny
こ
pieces.
れで終わり。
My preparations were complete. Grabbing the scrapped clothes with both hands, I shoved them right back into my chest of drawers. It took less than a minute to toss my everyday belongings, art supplies, and sketchbooks into my bag. Just like that, my life in that place was over. I didn't look back. After a stiff, formulaic goodbye to my grandparents, I dropped by my school for a few brief formalities, then began the journey home. Of course, I hadn't seen that home in many years. I had only the vaguest memories of the house itself. I was sincerely happy to be leaving my grandparents behind, but that didn't make me any less uncertain about the new life being thrust on me so abruptly. The car headed north at high speed, moving from the coastline into the outskirts of the metropolitan area. We were heading for the heart of West Tokyo.
あと、どれぐらいで着くのですか？
An elderly man who had introduced himself as the chief of the clerical department at my father's company was behind the wheel.
車が混んでいなければ、あと30分もすれば着くかと存じます。
Damn, that's quite the ride. Glancing briefly at his GPS screen, he answered my question in a calm tone.
そうですか。
60 kilometers as the crow flies. That was the distance from my grandparents' house to that of my father. In the end, my mother had never managed to return to a place less than an hour away by car. And I myself was only coming back on someone else's power. I didn't have the slightest idea what was coming next. I wasn't particularly hopeful, but I didn't feel much in the way of despair either. It would be enough if I could just spend my days quietly until I finally became an adult. With that thought, I closed my eyes and waited for the car to arrive at its destination. Just as the chief secretary had told me, we reached my new home about 30 minutes later. Well, I mean, from like countryside to metropolitan area? 30 minutes? I don't know. I figured it was further. That was only an assumption until, you know, I was corrected on that, so that's the reason why I reacted the way that I did.
大きい。
Well, I mean, the way they described, like, the countryside and the area that she lived in, I thought it would have been much further out from the metropolitan. Like, I'm talking, like, over an hour away, not 30 minutes. That's a vast, like, that's a very stark difference between the city and the countryside. The house was very different from the patchwork image I had sewn together from fragments of my childhood memories. Far more magnificent than I remembered it. From the outside, the building itself looked like a Western-style mansion straight out of a manga. The spacious gardens were surrounded by a high wall. The grounds were covered in so many tall, beautiful trees that it could have been a park. Yeah, it was 30 minutes total. I was just like, wait a second. That's a bit of a short ride. I had hazy memories of those things, but after years in the country, their scale and magnificence took me by surprise. I cannot pronounce words correctly today. Well, more so than usual. But even then, 1 hour here is enough to get from rural to big city. Yeah, for me, like, major cities, I live like 4 hours away from one. Yeah. I had hazy memories of those things, but after years in the country, their scale and magnificence took me by surprise. But on an emotional level, the sight left me cold. What's up? Magnificence, not magnificence. Magnificence! Blah, blah, blah. I'm okay. I'm okay, really. My father's actions were one thing. My obedient return at his whistle was another. No matter how splendid the house might have been, when I thought about the foundation it was built on, my thoughts naturally took a turn for the better.
お母さんと戻ってこられた。
Maleficent! Oh my god. Japan is much smaller than USA. Car travel. Oh yeah, that's the way it is for a lot of countries, especially in Europe and Asian countries. The distance from one part to another is much shorter. American infrastructure is absolute ass. Just saying. I whisper the words to myself too softly for the driver taking my luggage from the trunk to hear. Passing through a finely wrought metal gate, I returned to the house I spent my first years in. The uninspiring luxury was all the more pronounced inside the house itself. As I took off my shoes and looked around the gleaming entrance hall, I heard footsteps approaching from a side passage.
Yumiko, 戻ったか。大きくなったな。
You know, the thing that kills me about this is the fact that these people are acting as if nothing fucking happened. It's like, the only way she ever truly fucking exists is when it's beneficial for them, and it's absolutely deplorable. It probably would have taken me some time to recognize the person standing in front of me, if not for the recent photograph I'd seen in a certain magazine 1 year before. Face to face with my father for the first time in what felt like decades, I saw a middle-aged man with a reasonably healthy complexion, but a subtle hint of something like gloom in his
た
eyes.
だいま戻りました。
As I lowered my head in a polite bow, my father continued in the same cheerful tone.
どうした？声に元気がないじゃないか。車に長い時間乗ったから疲れたのか。
え？あの。
I was more taken aback than anything else. Considering the way he had treated Mom and me up until that point, his aggressively friendly attitude was incomprehensible. From what I could remember, my father and I had only spoken a bare handful of times when I was a child, and certainly never like that. His motives weren't clear to me, but the sudden attempt at intimacy was off-putting. I didn't quite know how to respond to it.
大丈夫です。ちょっとお部屋に戻って休みます。
For the moment, I just wanted to cut the nauseating conversation short.
ああ、わかった。ユミコの好きなようにするといいよ。
You know, I find it funny how she wanted nothing more than to talk to him when she was a child, but now that this situation has happened and she's like moved back home with him, she doesn't even want to even try. I don't blame her though, after the way she's been treated.
失礼します。
With another bow to my father, I made my way past him, heading for the one part of the house I remembered well. Time for my meds. Give me just 1 second. I didn't realize it was already 5:30. Okay, good. Oh, hi, Brazik. How are you? With another bow to my father, I made my way past him, heading for the one part of the house I remembered well. My very first place of refuge. The bedroom in which I had spent so many hours as a young child. I climbed the stairs and found my room without the slightest hesitation. Remembering its location so exactly prompted a brief swell of nostalgic emotion, but that soon gave way to that recurring sense of disgust. My memories there weren't exactly happy in their own right. The room I entered for the first time in years was so completely changed that I couldn't help raising my voice in surprise. The badly mismatched desk and bed had been cleared away. In their place was a complete arrangement of fancy furniture and pretty little luxury items. Exactly the sort of things that might appeal to a girl of my age.
わざわざ揃えたのかしら。
Every part of the decor seemed as if it could have come straight from the set of a movie. The room was filled with fragile, ephemeral things. It felt as though they'd disappear like soap bubbles if I actually touched them. Normally they would have made me happy, but at the moment it seemed a hollow
お
gesture.
母さん、帰ってきたわよ。
Sitting on my bed, I murmured those words to myself. I finally managed to return to that house, but my mother wasn't with me. All I had there was a forced, artificial welcome from the man who had broken her. Would I simply resume the same numb, miserable life in a different setting? Staring up at the ceiling, I could feel the familiar jet-black sludge growing thick inside my chest. I fought down the crushing feelings of despair as best I could, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. The next day, my father had arranged beforehand for my transfer into an all-girls school some 20 minutes from the mansion by car. Oh boy, I think I might know where this is going. It was a very prestigious institution. I'd actually recognized the name. I felt badly out of place, uncomfortable with my new uniform and the beautiful school building.
あの子が
Thank you for the hydrate.
そうよね榊家の
I could hear the whispers from all sides. Entering the classroom, I sat quietly at an open desk as far from the others as possible. There was an improvement in one regard. The talk about me wasn't particularly cruel or hostile.
訳ありなのよねええちょっとお近づきには
But essentially, I was treated just like before. My classmates interacted with me in business-like way when necessary, and otherwise largely pretended I wasn't there. A school full of young ladies from upper-crust families was surprisingly uncomfortable in its own way.
いい天気
Having avoided my formulaic introduction in the first day of classes, I found myself instinctively heading for the rooftop. After gazing up for a moment, I settled down against a concrete support near the edge of the roof and took out my sketchbook. I began to draw the sky above me. A simple pencil hatching, rendering the clouds and sky in shades of gray. That afternoon, I couldn't stand to look at the world. Anything my eyes settled on repulsed me. That empty sky was the only thing I could bring myself to observe calmly. The driver held open the front door to the house for me. I was delivered to school and back. I didn't even have to open my own doors anymore. That extreme courtesy only intensified my discomfort.
お帰りなさいませ。
The household employees greeted me with smiles so often and mild it was slightly nauseating. When I answered with a brief nod, they began to bombard me with words in rapid succession, their tone eager and openly professional.
由美子様何か召し上がりますかいえ結構です部屋へ戻ります
では何かお飲み物をお持ちしましょうか。
それも結構です喉は渇いておりませんから
それでは何かありましたらお申し付けください。
Oh god, that's so awkward though.
はい
Climbing slowly up the stairs, I heaved a heavy sigh. Would they be putting on that sort of show every single day from now on? Their deference was so transparently artificial that it was painful rather than flattering. Given my current position, it just might be possible to order them to stop acting like that. But I didn't know what repercussions that would have, especially if they were to report it to my father. I ended up deciding it best not to make waves at such an early stage. I'd been able to postpone it for one day with excuses about my fatigue, but the time had come.
久しぶりだね。こうして由美子と食事をとるのは。
Oh, this is so awkward. A glass of wine in one hand, my father turned a radiant smile on me.
はい
Inside my head, I spat out the words, "It's the first time." From the moment I sat down in front of that luxurious dinner and my beaming father, I was immediately filled with a desperate longing to flee. I tried a little of the sautéed duck on my plate, just to kill a few seconds, but it seemed strangely tasteless without texture. And without
学
texture.
園の先生から褒められたよ。転入する際の成績が抜群だったとね。これなら学校間のレベル差はほとんど関係ないとのことだった。
My father, still maintaining the same cheerful tone as the night before, complimented me at great length.
はい
All I could manage was to nod and mechanically shovel the food placed in front of me into my mouth. Course after course, and I couldn't taste a thing. Had they even put any salt on these? It was like eating hunks of rubber. Carrying things to my mouth solely for the sake of chewing on them didn't make for a pleasant dining experience. Gradually, I began to ignore my plate in favor of frequent sips of water.
気持ち悪い
The tasteless food, Dad's barrage of praise, and myself sitting there passively just accepting it all. Everything about the scene made me sick. My emotions only grew darker with every passing minute. This was all some bizarre whim of my father's. That or a meaningless ceremony he was carrying out in pursuit of some hidden objective. What else could it possibly be?
由美子、髪はずっと伸ばしているのか？
I felt my breath catch in my throat. That summer day, the day when the heat poured down on me like a rain of molten iron. The moment when I had clawed at my chest and hacked at my own hair in a spasm of self-loathing, it all came flooding vividly back. I could have a little eye pop as a treat. Oh my
は
goodness.
い。
I almost told him that I cut it short once. But what would be the point of explaining that to this man? It would only throw this little play into chaos. What on earth did my father mean by asking me a question like that? Why bring up everything that had always marked me as worthless?
そうか。とてもよく似合ってるよ。
My father, a smile on his face, spoke those words in a casual tone of voice.
ユミコ、
Oh boy.
すみません。
Rising from my seat, I ran out of the room, both hands pressed tightly across my mouth.
おい、何か体に合わないものがあったんじゃないのか。
Yeah, blame the food and not your freaking daughter's, like, obvious emotional distress. Yeah, sure. I could hear my father snarling at someone behind me, but I didn't have time to be worrying about that. Acid burned my mouth as I vomited the tasteless food out into the toilet bowl. Not that I needed a vivid description of that. None of it had the slightest flavor going down, but coming back up it was powerfully unpleasant. It seemed a bit unfair somehow.
何を勝手なこと。
Wasn't my sex the entire reason he'd cast Mom aside? What on earth was my father thinking? How could he say that? Why? He'd never even looked at me before. This had to be some kind of whim. He decided to play house for a while to appease his guilty conscience. Yay! Either that, or he needed to do so for some work-related reason.
ひどい。
How long would it take before I could find a safe haven? This was no better than living with my grandparents. No, in the countryside, at least I wasn't expected to do anything. There were expectations of me here. That made it even more agonizing.
何もしたくないのに。
Tasting the acid rising once more from the depths of my throat, I descended into self-pity. I would truly have preferred to shut myself up in a dark shed, to reject the world and do nothing at all for the rest of my life. But so long as I needed food to eat and a bed to sleep in, I had no choice but to play along with my father's momentary kindness. The thought triggered a new wave of nausea. Yeah, definitely way too vivid of a description. Definitely. 1 week passed. People often say that time flies when you're having fun. Perhaps it's true, because those first 7 days seemed to last a century. Hanging my bag next to my desk, I pulled out my notes and textbooks. I was as isolated and out of place as ever in my new school. I'd been studying a good deal, but that was simply my way of killing the vast stretches of otherwise painfully empty time I spent here. It certainly had absolutely nothing to do with my father's praise. I hadn't sketched for a few days now. For one thing, the weather had been dull and gray, so I couldn't look up without remembering that day, and I just hadn't been in the mood in the first place. Even if I opened my sketchbook today, I'd only end up with another drawing of the sky, as if I didn't have enough of those already. Those vaguely self-mocking thoughts stopped me on the way up to the roof, redirecting my path down to the lower floor. My life was a steady line from one meaningless moment to the next. Identical days trickled by. But there was one thing that had begun to change in the course of that week. Human beings are frighteningly adaptable creatures. The meals with my father that had at first repulsed me to the point of vomiting were gradually growing tolerable. Sometimes I hated myself for that. But little by little, I was coming to understand that it wasn't just the result of my mind acclimatizing itself to the situation.
ユミコ、学校には慣れたか。
はい。
いきなりの転校で戸惑ったかもしれんが、すぐに友達もできる。お父さんの時もだな。
Back in my day! My father was making a genuine effort. With gentle advice and anecdotes about his own experiences, he tried to reassure me. Apparently, Dad had gone through many transfers in his student years, and always struggled with how to present himself to his new classmates. I was beginning to learn a number of surprisingly personal things about my father as he persistently tried to draw me into conversation. We walked 30 miles uphill both ways to school in 6 feet of snow.
ああ、そうか。今は
Just
時代
like,
も違う
really?
だろうが。
Shut up.
すまなかったな、ユミコ。
いえ、
And he wasn't pushy or arrogant about it. He always seemed to be considering my point of view. Just as I'd heard, Dad was on an extremely tight schedule. Even when he returned home, it was extremely rare for him to stay overnight. More frequently, he would return to his company immediately after dinner. That also meant he was coming home solely to share a meal with me. I gradually grew less prickly and slightly more communicative. By now, I could eat dinner with him without a hint of queasiness.
どうしたユミコ？
いえ、なんでも。
Just as something was about to spill out of my mouth, Mom's pale, empty face had flashed before my eyes. I silently reminded myself, this man is responsible for my mother's suffering. The fundamental resentment hadn't faded. I wouldn't let it fade. That is what we like to call a grudge. Lying in bed in my darkened room, I thought things over. I was no less uncertain than when I first arrived at that place, but the reasons for that inner turmoil were beginning to change. My father's attitude toward me was becoming harder to process. At first, I'd simply been disgusted by his overfamiliarity. But by that point, it was harder to dismiss as some bizarre game. Sometimes I could almost take his friendliness at face value. Even that remark about my hair might have been intended as nothing more than a casual compliment. Such positive interpretations were beginning to seem plausible.
そんなの、今更よ。
You know, in a way, this kind of reminds me of like the awkwardness I had with my own father, with like after my parents divorced and everything, trying to form a relationship with me again. Yeah, no. It's just like that awkward conversation that happens despite like they're trying to pretend like nothing ever happened. It eats at you in the worst way possible. I tried mumbling negative words to myself, but the nagging doubts remained. My distant mother had grown kind when her condition improved. The situation was clearly different, but there was always the possibility my father had undergone a similar change in the years since I'd seen him last. Tossing and turning in my bed, I turned the questions over in my mind. I'd been so cold for so long, but little by little, I could feel something like warmth returning to my body. I'll just end up being betrayed again. This time will be different. With two opposing answers battling indecisively in my mind, I waited for dawn to come. Two months after my return to Tokyo, my life was beginning to change even outside of the house. School didn't seem particularly unpleasant anymore. It wasn't so difficult being alone in that place, once you got used to it. As long as I quietly attended my classes, the entire day would pass easily enough. I never disliked studying, so once my mood took a turn for the better, it didn't feel like wasted time. The change in the seasons had brought more periods of clear weather. I'd resumed my habit of drawing on a daily basis. And as my mind grew calm, my art slowly began to change as well. My perspective, pointed straight up for so long, began to creep downward. Every once in a while, I'd include a townscape or two among my sketches. It wasn't exactly principled of me to be finding enjoyment in that life, but there was no point sulking forever. My sardonic feelings of self-reproach slowly faded. I began to look at the world around me more calmly.
お帰りなさいませ。
ただいま。
Even those brutally awkward interactions with the household employees had gotten more tolerable with the passage of time. After a few weeks, they picked up on my non-reactions and began to tone down their aggressive approach. They would generally back off after letting me know they were available if I needed them. That arrangement was much more comfortable for me. By then, I actually was asking them for something every once in a while.
今日は部屋へすぐ戻られますか？ええ、そのようにします。かしこまりました。
After asking the maid to have someone call me when it was time for dinner, I returned to my room. Sitting down in front of my desk, I thought back over the last few months. My attitudes towards that new life were beginning to soften in many ways. The one exception, I was stubbornly continuing to keep my father at arm's length. His behavior hadn't changed. He'd continued to treat me kindly all the while. Nonetheless, I offered him nothing but brief monosyllabic answers, vaguely avoiding his questions. That had seemed only natural at first. What else could he expect after how he treated my mother? After abandoning me for years, that resentment seemed to justify my behavior. But months had passed, and I just couldn't see any sign of the cruel man I thought he was, at least not when he was interacting with me. Nearly every night, I rejected his gentle attempts to draw me into conversation. My father didn't seem to be letting that bother him, but I was beginning to feel increasingly guilty about my attitude.
どうしたらいいのかしら。
I threw the question up at my ceiling, knowing all too well that no answer would be forthcoming. It would be time for dinner soon. For a very different reason than before, I'd started to find that time somewhat painful.
今日も由美子の話題が出てな。榊さんのお嬢さんは可愛くて聡明でいらっしゃると、目黒医大の先生もおっしゃってたよ。
Uh-huh.
はい。
由美子がこんなにいい子に育って、父さんも嬉しいよ、本当に。
This man had interacted with me as something close to an ideal father for 2 straight months. That day, as always, all that came out of his mouth were words of praise and concern for me. Uneasy feelings smoldered away quietly inside my chest.
なあ、由美子。
My father spoke to me in a kind tone of voice. I couldn't endure his gaze. I found myself hanging my head.
由美子。
I didn't dislike being praised. Not at all. He was making time in an extremely busy life for me. I wasn't yet cynical enough to dismiss that. Sometimes I felt myself on the verge of being grateful.
ごめんなさい。
But no, not yet. That black grime was still inside me. There was always that other emotion struggling against my guilt. So long as that remained, I would never allow myself to get any closer to my father.
母さんのことか。
It took you 2 months, really? I felt myself twitch with surprise. Until that point, I had deliberately steered clear of that particular topic. I'd assumed my father was intentionally avoiding it as well, so the turn of the conversation came as a real shock.
話して良いものかずっと迷っていたが、ちゃんと話さないと由美子も納得してはくれないということなんだろうな。
そんな。私は。
いいんだ。これは父さんが悪かったんだ。
My father slowly began to speak. He spoke about his feelings toward my mother, how it felt when she left, and behind everything, the constant stress his incredibly demanding job had placed on their marriage. Everything my father told me turned my image of him completely on its head.
二人が出て行った時、
Thank you for leaving a lurky, typical. I appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well.
連れ戻しに行こうって何度も思った。
Mm-hmm. This is all just massive lip service, and well, I don't like this.
でも仕事に追われてそれができなかった。
In time, my increasingly isolated father began to seek comfort. He admitted that the affair described in the magazine article had happened at that time.
父さんも寂しかったんだ。会社でもいろいろとあって、いけないことと知りつつも、母さんを裏切るようなことをしてしまった。雑誌に記事が出たと聞いたとき、一番に考えたのは、母さんを巻き込んではいけないということだったんだ。
Oh, you were way late with that one, buddy.
弁護士を向かわせたんだが。
It was consistent. The actions that had seemed so inhumanely cruel at the time could also be explained by my father's story. After all, that lawyer never got the chance to speak with my mother. There was no proof he'd been sent to serve her with divorce papers. But even so...
由美子。
My father looked straight at my face from across the table. I couldn't help myself. I returned his gaze. At some point, I'd forgotten even to avert my eyes.
お父さんを許してくれないか。
It was a gentle voice. I'd begun to think I would never hear a voice like that ever again, from anyone. And yet it was coming to me from him, the person whose acceptance, in a way, I'd always wanted most.
私。
We have an unidentified ghost in chat. Many thoughts flooded into my head in a confused jumble. Those words were more than powerful enough. My fragile defensive wall had finally sprung a leak.
ごめんなさい。
It's a Pikachu!
由美子。
ごめんなさい、お父さん。ちょっと、私。
I stood from my chair, turned away from that concerned face, and hurried out to the hallway. Thank you for the hydrate. Halfway covering my face with my right hand, I stumbled up the stairs as best as I could. On the way up, I caught a glimpse of a servant staring at me in shock, but I wasn't composed enough to pay that any mind. The world was growing hazy before I even reached my floor. And the instant I closed the door to my room behind me, the tears came pouring down my face. One drop stained the ivory carpet beneath my feet, then another.
お父さん、あんなこと。
It was hard to understand. I couldn't reconcile the man with the vicious, vulgar person the magazines described. There were so many things about him that confused me. But I couldn't believe he'd spoken those words for show. It sounded as if they'd come from the heart. Just as Mom had come to regret the cruel things she said to me, perhaps Dad was simply trying to make up for his mistakes. Why does Dad get all the fucking presents? Looking at it from that angle, it wouldn't be so hard to accept his apology.
いいのかな。ねえ、お母さん。
I had one photograph of my mother left, safe in the memory of my mobile phone. But as always, her face was turned to the side. I couldn't read her expression.
今度こそ幸せになっても。
My life had been shades of gray for so very long. Little by little, I could see colors beginning to emerge. It was a pleasant feeling. The air was still a little cold, but the sky that day was remarkably beautiful. Putting down my brush, I stretched out and muttered a few words to no one in particular.
今日はこのぐらいにしておこうかしら。
Recently, I'd been getting so absorbed in my art that it was easy to forget the time. There'd been a few incidents where I kept my car waiting long enough to cause some anxiety, so I started making a conscious effort to check my watch frequently. I examined my sketchbook. Instead of the sky that I'd been devoted to for so long, today I had painted the rooftop flower bed.
こんなのが描けるようになったのね。
After months of obsessively sketching the clouds, the change had taken me by surprise. For a while, I just gazed down at that image, various emotions running through me.
いけない、時間。
I hurriedly gathered up my painting materials and pushed them into my bag. I see that. God damn it, I forgot about that. It's Chihuahua. As it turned out, I was a little slow coming home after all. My life changed rapidly after my father's apology. The dinners together that had been once so painful were now something I looked forward to. I talked to him about many things. My art, formerly sketches of the sky in black pencil, had become increasingly colorful work executed with paintbrushes. Even my life at school is shifting ever so slightly for the better.
榊さん、今ちょっといいかしら。
飯田さん、いいわよ。
The girl who stood out even among the young ladies in her class, Ida Kanako, had begun to approach me on a regular basis.
ここがちょっとわからないんだけど、教えていただけるかしら。
古文の現代語訳ね。確かにここは難しいわ。ちょっと待ってて。
I know, right? You know, the worst part is like some of the parts of her life I can kind of coincide with too. Just kind of like that weird like coldness I had towards my father. So it's just like, seriously, like in every single route that we have done so far, I find pieces of my own personal like life and self in these girls, and it's so weird. We'd struck up a conversation about our work in art class one day, and had been talking like this pretty frequently ever since. She wasn't quite a friend yet. But up until then, I'd almost never had actual conversations in school with anyone but the teachers. By my standards, it was an enormous step forward.
ありがとう。榊さんの説明には無駄がなくていいわ。
But yeah, I feel seriously like I feel really bad for her for the position that she was in. I mean, think about it this way. She was born the wrong gender, and everybody around her resented her for that very reason, and then treated her the way that they did. And like the small things that she had in her life that she always looked forward to was just like slowly being like taken away from her. And now she's forced in this disposition and receiving like whiplash after fucking whiplash of her dad being nice to her after being away for so long. It's just like, how do you react to something like that?
そんな、私はただ普通に話しているだけよ。
そんなことないわよ。先生とか向いてるかもね。
A perfectly normal, unremarkable little scene. But in comparison to the emptiness of my life before then, those moments made every day feel astonishingly fresh and new.
お父さん、お帰りなさい。
ああ、ただいま、ユミコ。
Dad was still an incredibly busy man. Nonetheless, he would always come home at least a few times every week to have dinner with me. I used to only see his face during the meal itself, but recently I'd started greeting him at the door with a natural smile on my face.
今日はね、飯田さんとずっとお話ししていて。
おお、前に言っていた友達のことだね。
まだ友達とかじゃないんだけど。
Previously, my father had talked and talked while I offered only brief responses, but the situation was largely reversed. I told Dad about everything, every trivial little thing in my life. No matter what the topic, he never failed to hear me out with a smile. That made me happy.
なあ、ユミコ。
どうしたの、お父さん。
Oh boy.
ミサコが治ったら、3人で海外旅行にでも行くか。忙しくてそういうことをしてあげられなかったからな。それとも何か別のことがいいか？
Oh boy.
私、遊園地がいいな。
遊園地？そんなのいつだって行けるだろう。
She wants the simple things, my guy. Don't fucking sit back and
そこ
question
が
it.
いいの。
My father looked mystified. Still, I stuck to my guns. When I was very small and very lonely, the idea of a family visit to an amusement park had enchanted me. I was well past the age to be begging for a trip like that, but that secret yearning had never really gone away.
そうか。わかった。父さんの会社の系列にも遊園地はあるからな。それこそ貸し切りで行こうか。
Why not just go like a normal family?
そんなのじゃなくていい。普通にでいいから。
ユミコはいつも控えめだな。
I still got about 10 minutes.
よし。じゃあミサコが。
I keep forgetting I started late today.
3人で遊園地に行くか。
Dad spoke those words with a smile. It was the first time I'd asked him for anything. Even as my days became happier, I'd been careful not to say anything greedy, anything about the things I wanted. I suppose I couldn't quite believe that tranquil life was real. If I asked too much of the dream, I was afraid it might just fall apart underneath me.
今日は父さんとそんな話をしたと。
Ever since that day, the size of my diary entries had increased exponentially. Where I used to write "nothing happened" again and again, ripping off the bottom of the page for scrap paper, now I was often running out of space before I could cover everything. And in the center of my room, a canvas stood on an easel, surrounded by a colorful array of art supplies, all things I'd purchased and used frequently.
もう本当に大丈夫よね。
Will something happen again? Will it fall apart in the blink of an eye? Everything was so peaceful that at times it made me uneasy. Come to think of it, those few days before my mother was scheduled to leave the hospital had felt very much the same.
最後出しておこうかな。
Oh, that like unwavering anticipation of something happening, and it's just like you're just on edge the entire time. I hope this lasts forever. I'm quite sure I scribbled those words at the end of my diary entry. It was the one small wish I would allow myself. The rainy season had come and gone. Summer was fast approaching. It was a day like any other. Reading on the internet that the weather would be taking a turn for the worse in the afternoon, I called off my usual rooftop painting session and went home a little
こ
early.
こで止めてもらっていいですか？
いいんですか？まだ少し歩きますが。
今日はちょっと歩きたい気分なので。
They said it would be raining in the evening, but for the moment, it was a pleasant afternoon, well suited to a bit of light exercise. Therefore, I got out of the car halfway and walked the remaining kilometer or so home. There wasn't any real reason for that, it was just a whim. When I opened the front door and slipped inside, I found the entrance hall empty of the servants who were usually there to greet me.
誰もいない。
It was probably because I'd returned so suddenly. Even when I closed the door behind me, the hallway remained silent.
台所の方にでもいるのかしら。
Not that it really bothered me either way. I began to move toward the stairs.
ですので、そちらについても由美子様に気づかれないようにしています。
Oh boy. But a voice from deeper in the hallway stopped me in my tracks. If that woman hadn't happened to speak my name at that very moment, without a doubt, I would have shrugged, gone up the stairs to my room, and stayed completely oblivious.
私のこと？
I slowly inched my way down the passage, careful not to make a sound, and stopped just before a corner. From the other side, I could hear the 3 employees who usually met me at the door talking about something.
今のところ問題なく進んでいるようだな。
はい、由美子様もすっかり旦那様に懐いているようです。
そうか。ならばいい。旦那様からは引き続き動向に注意しろと言われている。何かあったらすぐに報告するようにな。
Oh my god.
わかりました。
They were speaking quietly, but I could make out their conversation clearly enough.
何のこと言っているの？
I shouldn't be listening to this. My throbbing heart was making that very clear. But my feet wouldn't budge, and my ears were intent on capturing every word of their discussion.
しかし、こういう逆転劇もあるのね。びっくりしちゃった。
後継ぎの息子が急逝したから、子供の中で一番成績のいい操りやすそうなあの子を引っ張ってくるとか、わかりやすいわよね、旦那様も。
Oh
あの
boy.
愛人、息子の亡くなった当日に出てったみたいよ。
So, about your theory there, High Tech.
そりゃ居場所なくしちゃうわよね。
My body had begun to tremble. It was a part of the story I'd almost pushed out of my mind by now. That mistress. And the boy she'd supposedly given birth to. I'd always thought it strange. Oh, about something happening to the son and the reason why Yumiko was called to the house. Why had Dad called for me when he did? Why suddenly approach a daughter you tossed aside once before? Oh yeah, it was very obvious, but still, I was just like, yeah, about that theory that you had earlier. It's coming to fruition finally. I thought that attention was his way of atoning for my mother's suffering.
今まで全然興味すらなかったのにね。そういうふりしなきゃあの子に取り入れないから必死なのよ。
This is so fucked up though.
一種の洗脳プログラムよね、あれ。最初はぎこちなく接するふりして、その後確信をついて打ち解ける。専門家まで呼んで策を練ったそうね。
This is so messed up. I thought that was his attempt at finally becoming a father to me.
それにあっさりと騙されるお嬢様か。
Well, you put somebody in a fucking vulnerable disposition, then you would. Oh my god, these people are so disgusting. No, I simply convinced myself it had to be that way. Deep down, I knew all along that it couldn't possibly have been true.
おい、やめないか。そろそろそのお嬢様の戻られる時間だ。
She's already home. She's listening to your fucking conversation right now, and she's, oh boy. She's about to snap.
はいはい。
ちょっと前までどうでもいい存在だったのに、道具として利用価値が出た瞬間にこれだもの。すごい世界よね。
で、またどっかで男の子が生まれた瞬間、一気にお払い箱になると。
You will shelter in chat.
その手がまだあったか。
What to say? Why are my commands not working now?
見てみたいわよね。その表変する瞬間。
おい、いい加減にしないか。
はいはい。
With that languid response, the group dispersed. Even long after the footsteps faded away, I stood there in silence, perfectly still. An idle question occurred to me. What sort of an expression do I have on my face right now? What sort of expression do people make at times like these? I felt oddly detached from reality, as though watching a movie projected before my eyes by some hidden camera. What am I getting bonked for? Eventually, I took one step, then another. I dragged myself up the stairs on legs that didn't feel like my own. Switch the redeem right before you— Really? That's weird. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. They said it would be raining in the evening, but the afternoon was pleasant, well suited to a bit of light exercise. Therefore, I got out of the car halfway and walked the remaining kilometer or so home. There wasn't any real reason for that. There wasn't any reason at all. And so, I could only curse God. It switched from sippy to screw this. That's really strange, considering there's like a difference between like how many channel points you use for it. I reached my room. It was far too quiet inside. I'd almost begun to forget how painful the absence of sound could be. I'd almost begun to find the silence comfortable.
よし。じゃあミサコが母さんが治ったら3人で遊園地に行くか。
You see,
so as I was saying, this game is fucking dog shit. We're gonna ignore that.
I didn't pick up on this sooner, but the one mistake he made that made it slip, and I didn't realize it until now, was this very line right here. With him saying, once Misako, mom gets better. That should have been a dead giveaway. Unless maybe I'm just losing my mind and overthinking this, but dropping context clues like that in the way that he talks, like the switch from calling her out by her actual name to mom, he slipped up. He slipped up so fucking badly. That was a dead giveaway. And there's the box cutter. Scraps of notebook paper danced around me. Fragments of the word dad, fragments of the word happy, fragments of sentences highlighted in bright colors. We do have an ad break popping up here in about 2 minutes, chat. Months and months of my life scattered through the air. The upper half of my painting was thick with dabs of blue and yellow paint. That was the first part to go. With a harsh rip, the cloth tore away from one of the screws holding it in place, and as the canvas curled in on itself, white paint fell to the ground like a dusting of snow. In the lightless room, white, blue, and yellow flew about. Shattered and torn, powerless and broken, they melted one by one into the darkness. Unable to think, unable to act, I endured the night. Time came for me to wake up. Acting on pure reflexive habit, I stood up on unsteady feet and made my preparations. Preparations! Pfft. Words. Pathetically enough, there was still a part of me holding on to hope. The house was no longer a refuge, but I'd begun to make a small place for myself at school. I could just make more friends, find people to talk to. Maybe that would be enough. Maybe that would be something. Oh boy, I think this is just gonna keep going. It's just gonna keep snowballing. I caught a glimpse of the face I was looking for from the hallway. Ida-san might be willing. If I kept talking to her little by little, she might become my friend. Oh boy. Ida-san seemed to be talking to somebody. I peered in through the window. She was sitting at the very center of a group of girls. I just had to talk to her later, when she was alone. Oh boy. The child of a mistress. Those were the same hateful words they printed in the magazine that changed everything. Alright. Our ad break is starting here very shortly, so I think we're gonna go for like another 5 minutes once ad break is over, just to get through like this part, because it's like, it is I feel like it's a pivotal part, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pop on over to our BRB screen with some words on stream and go for about another 5-10 minutes afterwards, and then we're gonna go ahead and read out. So, for the time being, I highly implore you all to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, get a snack, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And before I do anything, hi Leonardo, how are you? Hope you're doing all right. Alright, we still have a little bit left, but I am back and I know what the big word is. Oh, excuse me. Bum, 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 bum. Whoops. Oh, I've been excused. Yay! Yeah, we'll go for like another 5 or 10 minutes after this. Since dinner is actually relatively easy tonight, so I don't have to worry about cooking. Thankfully. Oh, we're just doing sandwiches tonight. There's like a chopped ham sandwich waiting for me in the freaking fridge right now. I think what I'm gonna do though is kind of like zhuzh it up a little bit and add some like tomato and lettuce to the sandwich because It's just like, you know, like the small cubed ham, like those types of ham sandwiches that you get from grocery stores. I was given one of those, and I think it's just too sweet, so I kind of need to, you know, add a little bit more flavoring to it to make it less sweet. Funny thing is, before then, I never realistically liked the texture of it, but yeah, I think I'll do that and make like a spinach salad with dinner. I've been eating a lot of spinach recently. Just smothered mayonnaise all over it. I mean, you know, I might just add a little bit of that, like some celery salts or maybe some sriracha to kind of like help with this, with the sweetness of it. So yeah, Yumiko is at school right now and overhearing a conversation that's going on with an apparent person she wants to be friends with. So yeah, we're gonna see where this goes.
もっと興味深い話が聞けるかもしれないじゃない。どうやって榊の家に母親が取り入ったのかとか。それでね。
I already don't like this girl. She's a massive bitch. For some reason, I thought of fruit hanging from a tree. At first it ripens and swells on the end of its branch, beautiful and tempting. But in time, its coloration grows impure and unattractive. Its point of connection to the tree begins to creak from the strain. One thread of fiber snaps, then another. Thin line holding it to life and nourishment grows thinner and thinner. And finally, this moment. I heard something fall. I entered the classroom. The girls who had been snickering about me until a moment before innocently looked away and moved on to another topic of conversation. A few moments after dropping my bag by my desk, I slowly began to walk in their direction. I felt every movement of my feet with a brilliant, eerie clarity. This might be what it's like to take the last few steps toward the summit of a high mountain. The climber has the thrill of achieving something, but in the determination, the clear-minded acceptance of fate, there might be something similar, or so I thought. A spectator to my own actions. Acting all sweet and shit after you're talking shit about her. Ida Kaneko turned to face me with her usual placid smile. I had already decided what would happen next. Familiar feelings swelled inside me, the same as when I cut my hair, my diary, my canvas. Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. Ida Kaneko's hand reached out to me. You forgot to grab a banana? Go get a banana! Go get some potassium and something sweet. Plus it also has melatonin in it, so it might help you sleep. To my eyes, it looked like the grasping claw of a corpse pulling me down into hell. It is nearly midnight, but you still need something to help satiate your hunger and get your blood sugar regulated, so that way you're not feeling anxious. So yeah, the natural sugars and carbs in bananas will help you with that, but it also produces melatonin as well, so it might help relax you a little bit more. I'd understood all along. I'd simply kept myself from noticing. There was never any place of refuge here. Besides, there's no rules stating that you can't eat after midnight. The only rules that it states is that you should no longer eat 2 hours before bedtime because of digestion. That's it. You eat when you're able to and eat when you need to. I'd forced myself to believe in lies because I couldn't keep going without them. You will not turn into a gremlin. I'd say go get the damn banana and eat something, please. But I'd finally found another way to live. Oh, the box cutter. I watched serenely as the blood spurted out. For a moment, she couldn't even process what had happened. For just a moment, she stared down blankly at her hands, at her palm, dyed in red. Ida Kaneko collapsed in slow motion. Desks clattered all around, the others backed away as if distancing themselves from a live bomb. Y'all fucked up, that's what happened. You have an Oranguru in chat. I'm sorry, but even in the anime, bitch deserved it. Was it drastic? Yes, but she had it coming. I mean, come on, she was being a bitch. That's right. I should have cut it all apart. I should have just shut off my brain and cut my way to freedom. I was grinding my teeth as hard as I could. There were tears streaming down my face. But all things considered, I didn't feel particularly sad. Much the opposite. Since the blade had finally severed me from the lies, I was filled with a strange sense of relief. It felt as though a wide, shining road forward had been revealed to me.
そうよね。こうなるのよね。
I shouldn't have hoped for a happy ending in the first place. Everything was scripted from the very start, and the actress had passively accepted her role, dreaming of a heartwarming conclusion to the black comedy that had been written for her. Yep, she cracked. Big time. At some point, I'd begun to laugh. The tears were still rolling down my cheeks, but there was no sadness in me anymore. I'd left most of that behind on the day my mother broke, and the rest on the day my father betrayed me. Yep, and that was how the Joker was born. I depleted my stock of sorrow. Just how much of a clown do I need to be? Just how pathetic do I need to become? What do I need to do to satisfy my cowering audience? To please the god who wrote this play? Their eyes watched me from what felt like an enormous distance, pushing me lower and lower into the dirt. Yep, leave that to be the very thing that pushes her beyond her breaking point. I brandished the open box cutter in my right hand toward the back of the classroom. Incoherent little shrieks from my classmates were the only response. Oh, you mean like a full-blown yandere? Because honestly, it does, and you know what? I'm not mad at it either. A few girls had already broken down in tears. I laughed in their place. Even when the teachers who came running pinned me down, even when they carried me out of the classroom like some sort of terrorist. Wouldn't it be odder not to laugh at something so utterly ridiculous? When they took me away, I noticed my desk standing isolated in the chaos and felt a twinge of pity at leaving it behind. Until the very end, I could never see the person who supposedly sat there. My father acted swiftly once he was notified. A settlement was reached with the Ida family. The incident was erased without so much as a disciplinary hearing. At first, my father tried to coax me out of my locked room with gentle words, but I refused to acknowledge his existence. After more than a month of that siege, I was half forced out, loaded unceremoniously into a car, and brought to a town where the air smelled of salt water. I understood what sort of a place it was the moment I saw the high walls surrounding it. It was a housing facility, a pleasant little cage where I could be safely stowed away without the risk of causing further trouble. A woman who introduced herself as a principal introduced me to the school with a slightly fearful expression on her face. She brought me to an empty dormitory and told me it would be my new home. When I checked the bank book I'd been handed on the way over, I found a rather excessive amount of pocket money in my account. From the day I began to wear an exceptionally flashy school uniform and commute to Mihama Academy, I haven't been face to face with my father even once. A personality starts off as something like a cube. When we're young, we clumsily bump our corners against other people in the form of childish conflicts. Eventually, our sharp edges are worn away to leave something more like a sphere. That's more or less what people are describing when they say someone's softened. Moderate collisions with others help us mature, but when those first impacts are too strong, they can have a different effect. Instead of losing our corners little by little, we splinter in strange, harsh ways, warping into crooked shapes. Once crooked, it's hard to become a sphere. Even as the people around them mellow, their sharpness only grows harsher, and everyone who approaches ends up getting hurt. But even the most warped human beings started off the same shape as everyone else. Sometimes they look back on the past and grieve. Sometimes they wonder if it's not too late to reshape themselves. And because they know that's an empty dream, they grieve once again. Takaki Yumiko is one of many such sad, distorted objects. You know, that's the best, description I could possibly think of when it comes to the way humans like shape their personalities based off of experiences. That is honestly the best like description. The rain, which I'd taken for a passing shower, continued long after the thunder passed away. By the time we leave our cover in the lingering drizzle, the sun's already set. In a change from the usual routine, I hurry down the road home with an arm wrapped around Sakaki, who stumbles along unsteadily at my side. I mean, he's not wrong. She did sound like a full-blown like fucking yandere. I'm just saying. Unfortunately. The rain's very weak by now, but the constant dampness has left her body noticeably chilled. Oh, nope, not that. Oh, what was it? Or is it the Doki Doki thing from earlier? Oh, the sound. I mean, it's... yeah, about that. And at the moment, her emotional state is a bit of a concern as well. I lean closely over Sakaki as we walk, sheltering her from the rain as best I can. That relatively brief journey back to the dorm feels awfully long right now.
あ、帰ってきた。どうしたの？ずいぶん遅かったじゃん。榊さんどうしたの？何か怪我とかしたとか？
You cursed freaking High-Tech's brain with that, VG. Congratulations. Amane yelps in surprise the instant she lays eyes on us. Was it that much of a shock to see me holding Sakaki by the shoulder? Well, considering the girl's normal personality, I suppose it's only reasonable to jump straight to assuming something's physically wrong with her. We got caught in that downpour, that's all. We sheltered from the rain for a while.
それで雨に濡れちゃったのね。榊さん大丈夫？ごめんなさい。心配をかけたわね。
Suddenly, she's dry again in the image. Her physical condition aside, Sakaki seems badly drained in spirit. That uncharacteristic weakness from before is still plainly evident in her tone of voice.
体冷えたでしょ？何か温かいものでも飲む？用意するけど。
Forget to get you something to drink, get her to the fucking bath or something. She needs to warm up, damn it.
ありがとう。それじゃあ、お言葉に甘えていただくわ。了解。幼児は榊さんを部屋まで連れて行って、後で持っていくから。
Well, I mean, I can say this. Amane might be a pain in the ass sometimes, and by sometimes I mean all the time with her freaking, like, degeneracy with her pervertedness and stuff, but at least when things like this are dire and people are in crisis, you can always lean on her to be that one person to fall back on. Appreciate it.
いいわよ、これぐらい。それよりほら、早く。
She's a motherly type outside of her pervertedness, and that's one of the things that I've always liked about her, even when we were going through her route as well. Just like the way she treats everybody around her. I'm making a note. Once I'm old and gray, I'm going to write Amane was like a mother to us all in my memoirs.
お礼のつもりだったら、吹き込むような表記はマジ勘弁して。
Perverted? Motherly? Sign me up! As soon as I got Sakaki to her room, she collapsed into her bed. Normally she would have ejected me to change out of her wet clothes, but she's currently lacking the energy and willpower to bother.
よほど疲れてたのね。もう寝ちゃったわよ、榊さん。
Well, I mean, she's been under a lot of fucking like emotional like distress with everything that's been going on. Plus, she just like told the entirety of her life story up until this point to Yuji, so anybody would be like emotionally exhausted from that. Yeah. The hot orange and honey drink Amane provided seemed to calm Sakaki down. It didn't take long at all for her to nod off. I think she's got a slight fever as well. We were out in the rain and all.
みたいね。ちょっと暑いかな。
How does somebody like end up running a fever in a short period of time? It's been a matter of like maybe a few hours. How does that happen? Well, I mean, we're showed the flashbacks of it all, but she's realistically under that bridge with him, well, under the railway passing with him and explaining all of this. We're basically being shown it, so we're seeing it from her perspective and not like the conversation that they're having in real time. Lightly holding her hand to Sakaki's forehead, Amane nods in agreement. Sakaki doesn't seem to be in any real discomfort, but I can tell that she's breathing a little roughly. In any case, thanks for the help, Amane. I'm going to keep an eye on her for a little longer, but you can head back to your room. Amane's response seems oddly hesitant. What's wrong? He's not gonna do anything disgusting or perverted, Amane. Go get your fucking head out of the gutter. Yes? This woman is so predictable in her freaking thinking patterns, it's ridiculous. The hell? Somebody get a spray bottle, she needs it. Dip your wick? Dip your wick? The freaking translations of this is just like, oh my god. My face falls into my palm. Me too, Yuji. Me too. For some reason, I find myself recalling a gag brain graph website Sachi showed me once. Just by entering someone's name, you'd get a brain-shaped pie chart breaking down the composition of their thoughts. I didn't think to try Amane at the time, but I think hers would be divided in half right down the middle. One side would be folksy grandma wisdom, the other, as should probably go without saying, would be branded with the word sex. You think I'm going to start making babies like a rabbit the moment someone leaves me in a cage with a female? Does this scenario play out frequently inside that filthy mind of yours? No, because nobody thinks that shit. He literally— oh my god, this girl. It's still not entirely clear to me what Amane's so worried about, but I find it extremely unpleasant to have such aspersions cast on my character. Right? I do not blame him whatsoever. Well, it's not a bad idea, come to think of it. I've heard that a slight fever can actually make for a more enjoyable experience in some respects. God damn it, Yuji, why are you leaning into it like this? Alright then, might as well put that to the test. It's not like you can catch a fever intentionally, and I'll admit I'm curious. I'm sure Sakaki will understand. A little experimentation like this can only enrich your life, right? You might end up thanking me for expanding her horizons. He's being so fucking sarcastic and just a jackass right now. Because he's feeding into Amane's, like, freaking filthy thought process. The thought hadn't even occurred to me, but thanks to a tip from a sexually savvy friend of Amane, a new world of possibility awaits. Life is always overflowing with chances to explore the wonders of the unknown. I'm deeply impressed by your ability to keep that in mind, even at a time like this. Thank you, Amane! Amane? Amane.exe has stopped working. Amane stares back at me with the blank eyes of a broken electronic toy. Smiling brightly, I give her a friendly thump on the shoulder. It was a joke. Yeah, there's the accent. Amane's karate chop leaves a critical land smack in the middle of my wary head. From outside, an owl hoots in mournful commiseration. If he's gonna fucking do anything, he's more respectful than that, Amane. He's not like some freaking, like, hormonally imbalanced, like, freaking teenage boy running around wanting to freaking screw everything that walks. I said I understand, didn't I? Come on, get lost already. Can we say projecting? Amane backed slowly out of the room, staring at me reproachfully all the way. I was only teasing her a little in retaliation for slandering me, but it seems I've ended up deepening her unfounded suspicions. Probably best to consider the possibility she might try some half-assed wiretapping outside the door. Shaking my head, I return to Sakaki's side. Her breath's coming regularly, a little more quietly than before. She doesn't seem to have noticed the commotion in the slightest. Thank you for the hydrate. Well, that's definitely for the best. Borrowing the chair from Sakaki's desk, I ease myself down and look her over at closer range. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen her sleeping. The girl really does have a pretty face. She's constantly forcing it into a scowl, so it's easy not to notice at times, but Sakaki Yumiko is definitely what you'd call a beauty. We have a Darulodon in chat. Right now that face is relaxed, her eyes shut, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sakaki looks very calm and peaceful at the moment, but much of her life has been an emotional rollercoaster of loneliness, hope, and anger. Now that I know the whole story, her usual prickly attitude is all too understandable. Rest easy, alright? I'll protect you. I lightly reached down to put my hand on her forehead, currently covered in a damp towel. The moisture against my palm is slightly warm from the heat of her fever. Early the next morning, I'm stretching in preparation for my usual running when I hear quiet footsteps on the stairs. A familiar look of mild surprise. However, where Sakaki's expression would normally shift to a frown, today it changes to something hesitant and uncertain. What's the matter? Your face is red. Still carrying that fever around?
失礼ね。熱ならもうとうの昔に収まったわよ。収まったわよ。
I was gonna say, you might want to add a little bit more to that there, Yumiko. Good to hear.
昨日はその
How many tsunderes live here again? Only one who seems to think she's a tsundere, but she's really not. She's just a dimwit that we all love and care about since we went down her route previously. But they like to paint her as a dimwit because that's how she perceives herself. I didn't do anything worth being thanked for.
したわよ。護衛の依頼のはずなのに、あんなことを一方的に話したりして。
And yet we still stuck around and heard you out anyway. You asked for my permission before you started talking, and I agreed to listen. There's nothing wrong with that.
そう。
I've noticed Sakaki tends to grow oddly sullen when the topic of my job comes up, but today she seems downright docile. The girl does look healthy enough. Still, it's entirely possible yesterday's events left some lingering psychological effects. Sakaki.
何かしら。
As long as your request is in place, I'll protect you. Rest assured, that's all. Finishing my leg stretches, I stand up and check the clock. Just about time for me to be heading out. I'm going to be running for a while, unless you need anything. Alright then, see you this afternoon. See, this is the one thing that I have like more of an understanding with Sakaki now, is the reason why she's so reserved and so like prickly when it comes to being around people. She's not used to being like she's not used to having people being nice to her. So I kind of have this like distinct feeling that like anytime she tries to get close to somebody, she stops herself from doing it because it's just like it's all just gonna end like it did the last couple of times. Bite tongue to not see handles. I am not a tsundere, okay? I'm not a tsundere. I'm just a derp. Feeling Sakaki's eyes following me from behind, I leave the dorm. I don't have much to offer Sakaki right now. A simple promise is the best I can do. Hopefully that's enough to provide some reassurance. She's not used to people being real. She's used to too many massive performances. She doesn't... Yep, exactly. But yeah, I think this is a good stopping point because it is 6:40 and I still have to eat dinner. So yeah, I think this is a good place to stop before we pick this up again next week, which I'm not sure how much longer we have with her route. I think maybe 2 or 3 more streams. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and raid everybody out to someone who is currently streaming that is doing a subathon and is also another member of Everraid Global Gaming. I normally do not get the chance to raid into him because his streams typically end around the time that I go live for most of the time. Oh no, I won't be late for Oh yeah, like yeah, our friend Pelinal might be late for D&D or not even be able to show up tonight. So, but that's okay. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna go ahead and raid out for the rest of well, not for the rest, but for the day. I appreciate you all being here. I really do. I've actually had like a lot of fun reading visual novels. Yes, subathon. We are going to be seeing our friend Megoroku. Like I said, he's currently playing some of the Bathhouse Restored editions, so if you guys like scary games, feel free to stick around for the raid. If not, that's perfectly fine too, but I want to send love his way because I don't really get the chance to raid into him very often, and he's a funny person to hang around. But yes, if you'd like to follow me anywhere else outside of Twitch, I do have my beacons link that is set up for you to click. That way you can go ahead and follow me on YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, and Twitter. It's not obligatory, but much appreciated. The Discord server is also available to you as well. Just keep in mind that you will have to be over the age of 18 because this is an 18 plus community. If you're under the age of 18, I don't know what it is that you're doing here because you really shouldn't be here. But yes, once you join the Discord, you'll have to Yeah, click on the rules and wait for 10 minutes so that we have access to the channels where you can see my schedule, interact with the community, get updates and notifications whenever anything happens or anything like that. But yes, I am late today. But like I said, we're gonna go say hello to Magaroku tonight. If you are subscribed, use the first read message. If you aren't, please use the second one. I will be back on tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. EST, where we'll be jumping back into some more Dark Souls 2. We are currently in an area that I want to be out of. We finally finished the wharf after like 6 hours. Boss actually wasn't that hard, but it was still kind of a challenge too. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna say hello to Magaroku. Thank you all again for hanging out today. It was a lot of fun. I like I said, I've been enjoying reading visual novels on stream, so it's been a bit of a fun experience. Yes, let's go say hello to Magaroku. I will see you all again later. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful sleep tonight. Have a wonderful afternoon tomorrow. And hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow for some Dark Souls. Yes, Dag, what's up? Hi. But yes, let's go say hello to Magaroku before this raid this raid actually does activate itself. But yes, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your night. Have a wonderful sleep. Have a wonderful afternoon tomorrow. And I'll see you again later. Bye, everyone.